Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Co-op for Two. It's Friday, August 8th, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. Trying to remember how to do this. After 2 weeks, I forget everything. But I can see we've got some regulars here. YouTube says 13 concurrent viewers. Many of you have joined me for previous playthroughs of this series, the Masters of Crime series. We've played 4 of them on the channel. They normally take us about 7 hours each game, 7 to 8 hours. This is the 5th and latest game they've released. There's one more in the works, not yet translated into English, called Hollywood, but Mosquito has just hit the shelves. I picked it up at Gen Con, but I believe you can order it from Amazon currently for about $25. All of the previous episodes have been good. Some have been outstanding, and some have been just regular run-of-the-mill good. They all have a similar vibe, a similar hook, which is that you are the bad guy, sort of. In some of them, you are really a bad guy, but you're always acting as a detective in some form. And then one of them, we were just an undercover officer. Most of them have followed a fairly standard cold case format. A little bit of cold case, a little bit of choose your own adventure. One of them was very different, though. One of them, Shadows, involved pulling off a heist that had a very different take on it. Didn't feel much like a detective game, but more like we were planning a heist. This one looks like, just from looking at the back of it, looks like it might try another little twist. So I'm very curious to see what it's like. I have taken advice from some of you on the channel to split this into 2 sessions. That's because the last 1 or 2 of these we played, we did in one single session. like a 7-hour plus session. And by the time we get to the end, after 7 hours, we're capable of doing it. But it becomes a little bit of a stamina challenge, and you don't appreciate as much the epilogue stuff. So we've purposely divided this into 2 sessions. We'll be playing tonight at 10 p.m. and tomorrow at 10 p.m. There is no clear halfway point for this game, so we'll play for maybe 3 to 4 hours and then stop wherever it looks like a good place to stop. Anything else to talk about before we get started? I did mention that I've just come back from the Gen Con board game convention. That's why we haven't had a live stream in the last week or two. I did record a couple days ago a sort of post-Gen Con live Q&A chat. If you're curious about the new games I brought back from Gen Con and an update on New York Noir and various things, you can watch that live stream on the channel. On Sunday, I have scheduled our normal play-by-mail afternoon game. That'll be 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. So today, tomorrow, and Sunday, we'll be meeting here. If you think you might want to play this game, Masters of Crime Mosquito, with your own group, remember that this is a narrative game. Once you watch and join me playing it here, you won't really be able to play it with your own group. So think hard about whether you want to watch this live stream and join me while I play it, or whether you'd rather go buy the game yourself and come back and watch this afterwards. Anything else to talk about before we get started? I did write up my normally I put something above the screen to remind me of things I want to say. I did write it up, I printed it out, but I didn't bring it with me. Let's see. Was there anything else to talk about? I just recorded this afternoon a review of Heredity, which is behind me here. Quite an extraordinary game. I still have to edit that, but it'll be up in the next day or two. You can see a bunch of new games behind me as well. All right. Well, I guess we're going to get started here. Anything else anyone wants to talk about? Any hobbies, projects? Hopefully I remember how to do this whole thing. All right. Let's get out Mosquito and see what it's all about. It is a little odd because it almost looks like from the cover here that this is another Colombian cocaine producing villain, which is what the last box Rapture was. So I don't think it is. I think I might be jumping to conclusions. Okay, so we've got our deck. We've got our board here. Now, already this looks different. Okay, I see. There are our stars that we're used to, but something's different here than the rest of these Masters of Crime games. This is different. It looks like they're going to try some new mechanics here, which is kind of exciting. We're used to locations around the board and suspect. That's all normal. However, and there's the stars that you're keeping track as you play. When you make a good decision, you get a star. But this is new. Treasure hints and clocks. That's totally new. That is not normal. And finale cards, that's normal too. Okay, so the only thing that's really different are clocks. Looks like it's telling us the longer we take, the more clocks we take, the more punishment. And this treasure hint, totally new. All right, we've got our normal supply of full-size documents that we're going to get told to open. Looks like about 12 of them. And then here's the thing to take notes that we never actually use. Normally there's like a timeline, but look what's different here. We've got a map right from the start. Treasure hunt. Not sure what this is about. Looks like we're going on a treasure hunt today. All right. So you remember how this works. We just run through the cards. The cards will remind us how to play. I'll do my little complaining about not looking up the rules about whether you're allowed to change your mind about going into a place once you read the first card. Oh, Jonathan Warner has showed up. All right. Don't look at anything in the box yet. All right, well, we've already looked at stuff in the box. Don't break any of the seals. Follow the game instructions. Okay, here we go. All right, let's see if there's anything different today. Mosquito is a story-based game in which you must solve a murder mystery in order to hunt for a legendary lost treasure. To do so, you'll need to decipher clues, make decisions, and follow leads. You'll need something to write with, the game materials in this box, access to the internet. As you progress through the game, you'll come across new locations, people, and clues. Carefully study the illustrations on the front of cards you draw. They might have clues. We remember that. Playing solo, you make your own decision. Otherwise, play nicely together. Mosquito is not about completing the game as quickly as possible. There's a little typo there. But about achieving the best outcome. Take all the time you need. The game consists of two parts: the murder investigation and the expedition. When card 49 is on the top of the stack, you have enough information to solve the murder. So maybe there's our natural division. Maybe we play through till we solve the murder and then we'll go on the expedition tomorrow. How interesting. Okay, so it points us to the website, Masters of Crime Mosquito. You'll be coming back to this website again and again to unlock, enter codes. Okay. So far, nothing dramatically different, but here I can see we're going to get told about something. Your goals are to find out who committed a murder, to figure out who you can trust on your expedition, to recover a legendary lost treasure. Along the way, there'll be plenty of opportunities for you to show off your brilliant investigative skills. Your decisions during the game will not only affect how the game unfolds, but also determine your score at the end. Set out the expedition board. Use this board notes about people in the game to work out where you are. You can use the notes sheet, that's this one, to write down your notes and make note of important geographical places. Now, there are strips of stars on the expedition board. At various points, you'll be given a particular number of stars when you make an especially good decision. You mark them off here. They want you to mark them here so you can't resell it, but we just use removable stickers. Now, in this Masters of Crime game, there's also a time loss mechanic. If you choose to undertake particularly tedious tasks, or something goes wrong during the expedition, you lose time. Color in the stopwatch symbols when you're directed to do so. If you lose a lot of time, stars will be deducted from your total at the end of the game. In some cases, it can be worthwhile to make careful decisions that take time, but also earn a higher number of stars. The number of stars you earn determines your score at the end of the game. So it's basically saying we may have to be clever. If something's going to take a long time, we should do it only if it's likely to get us something. Some cards allow you to explore new locations, right? That's all normal. Take that stack. Look first at both sides, the top card only. At almost every location, you will need to make a decision and then draw the corresponding cards. Follow the instructions on the cards with advance. Make sure you study all the images and read the text on the back of every card. Once you make your decision, that choice is final. So the thing I was referring to before is we always get this weird ambiguity about once you look at a card, could you decide to go to another location before proceeding inside a location? Seems thematically you shouldn't be able to, but it's not clear. All right, some cards are telling you to get a card or get the envelope. And then here is our old standard rules about puzzles. Normally on those full-size cards, when we see that puzzle symbol, it means we're going to enter a code online. Sometimes we might want to go to the online site to give us an idea of the format of the answer. And when we see this symbol, it means we can do a free-form internet search for some information. And then we're told we can flip this over and keep this on the board to remind us of the symbols, but really we don't need that. That's all very clear. And here's the second symbol reference, which again, they're telling you to put here. We don't need these though. This is fairly straightforward, and we've seen these a bunch of times, getting stars, losing time, opening up the envelopes, and then following those instructions to remove cards and draw cards. Take a break after 2 hours. Taking notes, keeping track of leads, go to the website, use the internet, and so on. Now, we've seen this before. First, we take the finale cards, which are at the very end of the deck, and we just set those aside, the last bunch of cards. This is just like the epilogue where you read how well you did based on your stars, figure out your score. So it just wants you to put that off to the side so you don't get tempted to look at it by accident. You could put it out here on the board. We just put it far away. And then we're going to start with location A on the board. Whoops. Location A on the board, 5 through 10. This is Tower Bridge. And then it wants us to go to location A. Now, you could, if you had enough room, put these all the way at their locations, but we tend not to worry too much about it since we don't really use these spaces. So we'll just put it in the approximate area. And we're going to begin the game by reading the entry at Tower Bridge. There's our discard pile. All right. Anything before we get started? I'm not a fan of time-based games. Well, this really isn't a time-based game at all. We take our time. There's no reason. There's no clock. We don't have to do things fast. In fact, you saw the instructions suggested that we not try to hurry through this. And believe me, on this channel, we do not hurry through these games. All right, let's read our first entry. But remember, before we read it, we're supposed to look at it. So you'll notice, just to remind you, the other cards in these decks normally don't have an image. It's the top one that does. This may be a clue. When we turn this over, we'll have a decision to make. That decision at every location basically is going to have us reading only a subset of these cards. And that's basically the game. So let's take a good look at this as for clues. London Bridge, that means Tower Bridge. That means we're in England, right? I don't see any clue here, but it looks like we're starting off in England. I don't see any clues except for lightning. For most of the Londoners around you, treasure maps, ancient temples, and undiscovered ruins are no more than semi-legendary relics of a bygone age, but not for you. For years, you've made your living as a treasure hunter and grave robber, always on the hunt for the big find that will secure your fortune and your reputation. 2 days ago, you received a message through your secret account at Treasure Hunter. A message that activated your finely honed treasure hunting instinct. You're certain tonight at a secret meeting on the border between March 14th, 2024 and March 15th, 2024. A new adventure will begin with a secret meeting when Professor Brown gives you a mysterious clue to the location of a lost treasure. You've exchanged information and money with the archaeology professor many times before, usually at late hours in out-of-the-way locations. In that sense, tonight's midnight meeting on Tower Bridge is nothing unusual. But when you reach your destination at the end of the bridge, the entrance door is open and the security cameras are switched off. These lax security measures are not typical for your business partner. Cautiously, you climb the tower stairs until you reach another door. All right, so our first little decision here, we can carefully sneak in, we can call out to the professor, or we can rush in. This is a good example of a decision that we don't really have a basis for making a correct decision, right? Camera's off. We got to see the picture on the back. I don't know if we're allowed to look back at this, to be honest, or if we were supposed to look at it and memorize anything we need to look at. But I feel like we don't have a real basis for making this decision yet. Well, what would you do if this was real life? I mean, I don't think you rush in. That seems like trouble. If you yell out, you might alert any culprit. So it feels like probably calling out is not a great idea. Rushing in doesn't seem like a good idea. Although if you're being cautious, maybe you should call out. Like, police don't just run in. They're likely to get shot. Seems like we should sneak in. All right, we're going to sneak in. You have to suppress a scream at the gruesome sight before you. The professor lies in a pool of blood on the floor. You can vaguely make out another figure frantically searching the body. When they seem to find what they're looking for, they stand and turn, noticing you. Damn, are you going to have to fight? But instead of attacking you, the person sprints to the open window and, without hesitation, plunges into the darkness beyond. Dismayed, you rush to the window and see the figure gliding through the air in a wingsuit. Quiet groan draws your attention back to the severely injured man on the floor. Evidently, the person you saw escaping had stabbed him in the back with a dagger. You doubt very much there's any hope for Professor Brown. So we got 1 star. Could we have gotten 2 stars if we had done something different? We don't know, but we're going to put our 1 star out. Now, call the police and ambulance and stay with the man, or look for the clue he promised and leave. Okay, so it wants us to discard cards 7 and 8. These are cards from the Tower Bridge that we are no longer allowed to read. Those are out of the game. We might look at that when we go review the game. But now we have a second choice to make at this location. Now remember that the whole concept of this game is we aren't the goody two-shoes. In this case, we're like treasure hunters that aren't opposed to breaking the rules. This guy isn't really our best friend, right? We've made deals with him. We've sold him stuff. So I don't think we owe this guy too much. He's not going to make it. We're not going to call an ambulance. We should get out of here. We're going to get in trouble, don't you think? We're going to tell them some guy jumped out the window in a wingsuit. They're never going to believe that. I think we got to get out of here. Look for the clue and leave. Those are our only choices. All right. We're going to not call the police. We're going to look for the clue. Hopefully we can still ask him what happened. But all right, so we're going to look for the clue and leave. Remembering to embrace our dark side in this game. Professor Brown is beyond help. The ambulance and police would only slow you down. Thankful for the gloves you've been wearing in damp, chilly London, you search Professor Brown's pockets. Find multiple copies of the clue he'd offer to sell you exclusive access to. The rat was dealing behind your back. You have to find out who else he offered the clue to as quickly as possible. The potential treasure was already exciting, but now it's getting really interesting. The most likely suspects in this murder are the other people the professor was selling to. They also happen to be your competitors in this treasure hunt. You can't let something this important slip through your fingers, and you can't do it alone. But who can you trust? It's very clear. Before you can search for the treasure, you must find out who killed Professor Brown so that the police can eliminate this rival of yours, identify who the suspects are, and who is without an alibi. And we get 2 stars. Okay, so that was the right decision, clearly. And you can see what's going on here. We're going on an illicit treasure hunt, but first we've got to eliminate our rival. All right, so we get rid of card 9, which is also part of location A. We're done with location A. The cards we read from location A, these 3 cards, well, they stay available for us in case we want to reread them. And we're told now to get location, well, let's do it in order. We got our 2 stars. Now we're getting number 3, which presumably may be the evidence that we found that the professor was clearly selling to others as well as us. And it looks like this is the clue. Okay. It looks like a possibly 3-word clue that we are going to enter on the website, but also that we could search the internet for. Okay, well, I mean, there's a Mosquito logo. Do you see that? Let's look at what we've got here. We've got a 5-letter word that's green, and green has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines coming out of it. A 6-letter word that's red. Red has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 letters coming out of it. So is it as simple as just going from left to right? G, E, A, G, E, A, L, E. So either that's an anagram that's going to spell something, or Geale has a meaning, like maybe it's a city. But it seems like that's clearly what we'll do. Write out the 3 words and see if they anagram. We are allowed to search for them as well. Any meaning to the spatial arrangement here? Don't know. All right, well, before we do this, let's follow the rest of the rules here. So it also wants us to get cards 40 and 41, which are surely going to be locations that have just become available to. Are they? What's happening here? That's odd. Cards 40 and 41 are just black cards. Shouldn't they be part of location J? Hmm. Let me take a peek at these. Okay, so 40 and 41 are actually things we found. Let's take a look. Dagger from the professor's back. The dagger is marked with the symbol of the secret organization called Mosquito. Clearly, the group wanted Professor Brown out of the way. So I see a couple things here. I mean, there's the mosquito symbol. But look, here's also this little pyramid triangle, which is also here. Okay, so we've got this little clue. And then we've got this. Location B, okay, so it's further instructions. Get envelope 7, location B, location C. What has he got here? He's got a British passport. He's got keys to King's College. He looks like he's got a car fob to open his car, and he's got a cell phone. And what has he got? What is some coins, and what's this? Is this like a rail pass or something? What exactly is that? Can we get a closer look at that? What do you think this is? Not clear. All right, so these are evidence for us. I'm not sure where we would put this. We don't have a dedicated place to put it. Let's do the rest of this though. Location B is available to us, and location C. So we can go to Professor Brown's house, or we can go to his office in King's College. We probably shouldn't see this. Is there a card we're supposed to have on top of this? Yes. Okay, and envelope 7. Okay, so we found his cell phone on him, and it looks like it was unlocked. And we can read the messages here. $10:24. That would be 10:24 a.m. though. A little weird. Okay, it's a conversation between these two people. 3DU Mexican Prince and Monty Bones. You want to treat yourself to a break as a reward after your big find, you can use my lakeside property in Kojamachan de Regules. Shouldn't be a long trip for you. I think about 200 kilometers. So whoever this person he's talking to is 200 kilometers away from this location. And this person says, thanks for the invitation. It sounds beautiful. I don't know if I'll be able to find a day off. Getting a decent car here is practically impossible. You would think it would be easy in a city with over 100,000 people, but everything they have here is absolutely rubbish. I don't want to break down and get stranded on the road. Okay, so this person that he's talking to is in a city with 100,000 people. Hey, haven't had an update from you in a while. How's it going? I'm currently in Tijuana with my family. I'd like to talk to you in person. When could you fly over? Hey, buddy, I just got you this damn dig. I want to know exactly what you find and what I get out of it. Get in touch quickly, or I'll make sure this dig is your last. Hey, you get on the next plane to Tijuana tomorrow and come see me. I want to know what's going on, and don't give me the excuse you couldn't get a taxi. If it's really a problem, you can just get up a little earlier and walk to the airport. It's not that far. And then this person, I guess Monty Bone, says, sorry, I haven't been in touch. That's no reason to let our deal fall through. There's good news. We've already found a lot of stuff. We're going to be rich. Some of it is sure to be of value to you. The plane is a no-go. The volcano is active again, and all our flights have been canceled. But I'll get back to you in detail from now on, I promise. So, I mean, surely one of these is supposed to be the professor, right? Who should be this guy, because the other guy is the guy who's being coy about his location and has found stuff. So we're looking for a city with 100,000 people that's 200 kilometers from Kojimashin Regules and has a volcano. That should let us identify what city this is, but it's kind of weird. Like, why? It's kind of weird that it's the professor is a guy in Tijuana, or is this between two different people and the professor's not one of them? All right, let's not worry about that. Let's do this first. Now, there's no need for us to do this first. We could start out by going to the office and his house, but seems like since we think we might be able to do this, we probably should do this first. All right, let's see what we've got here. We've got green, blue, and red. Okay, the green one is G, E, A, Geale. If that's how this system goes, we don't really know if that's what it wants from us, but let's do all of these first. Blue is K, N, S, A, N, S, A, E. So this definitely makes it look like this is not right and they have to be unscrambled. This one looks like it might be snake unscrambled. And I wonder if that means that the rest of these are animals. Let's keep going and do the red first. The red is UAT, UAT, CCS, CCS. Okay. This looks like cactus to me. CACT, CACTUS. That's going to be cactus, snake. Okay, well, blue looks like a snake. Red looks like a cactus. Green is a what? Why am I blanking on green? Eagle. Eagle. Okay, let's see if how fast the chat got this. Okay, green is eagle, says Debbie. Yeah. Eagle, snake, cactus, Mexican flag. Okay, well, is that what's on a Mexican flag? An eagle, snake, and a cactus? We are allowed to use the internet. That's what that symbol is. So let's go ahead and actually grab our keyboard. And we'll do this and then probably we'll take a little break here. Okay, so it doesn't like that. Eagle, snake, cactus. Let's see what we can do about that. Eagle, snake, cactus is the coat of arms of Mexico. Image of an eagle perched on a cactus eating a snake is the natural emblem of Mexico. Let's get a look at this. Okay. Look at that. An eagle on a cactus eating a snake. How's that for our national coat of arms? All right, so Mexico. I guess we may be going to Mexico. Well, Tijuana, which is mentioned here, is in Mexico. Which is where this blue one is. As far as the red one, we could search for cities with 100,000 people with an active volcano 200 kilometers from this. Let's see if we can bring this up, though. So here's Mexico. Mexico, but no details about cities in Mexico. Where is Tijuana in Mexico? And where is this place? Let's go and do a Google Maps search and see if we can't get a little bit of our bearings here. We're in California. That's not really. How about we search for this place? Koju Washington. All right. Let's see if we can turn this. Now, I really hate having to use Google Maps. I honestly do. It's so easy for things to get lost. So where are we here? So we're in Mexico. That's where this place is, somewhere in here, which is now gone. What if, can we get directions? How about finding the best route? Okay, there's Tijuana. There's our place. This person says there's the lakeside property. So 200 kilometers away where there's a volcano. I mean, this is actually a good thing to ask the AI. Volcano 200 kilometers from. We need to ask the proper chat GPT we want for this. I don't know if I have chat GPT in here. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so I'm asking it, where is a city with 100,000 people and a volcano that's 200 kilometers away? Let's see if it'll tell us. A great match to your criteria is Morelia, Michoacan. 1,000,000 people. Okay, so that's completely wrong. That's not what we want. 100,000 people. We've got a volcano. Exact distance, plausible radius, likely more than 200. Tecomán, Colima. All right, so we could try now, if that's our best guess from ChatGPT, and we ask it to give us directions. All right, what have we got here? 216 kilometers from Tecomán, 100,000 cities, and is there a volcano here? And is that 200 kilometers by driving? All right, well, maybe we don't need to solve this completely. Let's just try to save it and move on here because we don't know what we would do with this. Anyway, let's, I've almost forgot that we actually have a code here to enter. So let's try to enter that code and see if it unlocks anything for us. So, I mean, you can see that is the least enjoyable part of this game, having to go to the internet. Consistently the least interesting part and least fun aspect of these games. Okay, we're on the Mosquito page. We're gonna enter a code. All right, so the envelope here with the code is envelope 3. Okay, so we're supposed to identify words here. We said this one was eagle. This one was cactus. And this one was snake. All right, let's see. Which words connect to each symbol? All right. That's the perfect translation. After hours of thinking, words slowly emerge from the parchment. Unfortunately, cactus, snake, and eagle don't make much sense to you yet. What was the author getting at? Which city is the map piece supposed to point us at? Which city? Well, now we have to solve the problem of the city. So we know it's talking about Mexico, but is it talking about Mexico City, or is it talking about a city in Mexico with a volcano? Let's see if the chat can answer this for me. Harry says Mexico City has an active volcano. Which city is the map piece supposed to be pointing us to? So, Etiol says, what does it mean, map piece? I feel like it's probably meaning this document. I mean, there is Mexico City. Yeah, I mean, I really find having to use the tablet incredibly unpleasant for these games. Okay, so what is the... I guess we don't need... Before I ask it what's the population, we should separate two questions. I mean, identifying where this person is very different from this, possibly. But we think this is this person's message. We found a lot of stuff. We're going to be rich. The volcano is active again. Flights have been canceled. So, Mexico City population. Let me just see that. 9 million. This is a weird situation. I mean, either this is part of the clues to answering this question, in which case it's hard to defend an answer of Mexico City when this person is saying population of 100,000. On the other hand, there's no real reason we should tie this phone into this. And if it's the flag of Mexico, why do we get a city out of it instead of just saying the country of Mexico? That's strange. That's a strange puzzle. I mean, here is that symbol again. Boy, that's a strange choice of a puzzle. I mean, there's no penalty for guessing wrong, but seems to me, so there's 4 volcanoes and one more. None of those are in the city that we asked ChatGPT to give us help on. So there's that out the window. The chat thinks maybe it wants just Mexico City, and Jonathan has a reasoning for that. Wikipedia says the Mexican coat of arms is about the founding of Mexico City. All right, well, we can take a shot at that. Let's say that based on Jonathan's research, that seems like Mexico City might be the right answer to this. I find this a little unpleasant, but okay. That must be it. The parchment points to the ancient capital of the Aztecs, Tecotitlan, which is now Mexico City. This is a first clue. You get a star. All right. We'll take a star, although I don't feel great about it, but I appreciate the help. All right, so we've solved that first puzzle. We're done with it, and we're back to the actual game. So a little diversion into unpleasant internet searching, and not much of a puzzle, really. But okay, we're back to the game now, where we're going to choose our next location. Thematically, if you were afraid of someone scooping us to this treasure, what would you be more interested in, going to his office or going to his home? It's around midnight. I feel like his home might be safer. His office would be the one that I feel like might be more at threat. More at risk of someone breaking in. Probably does most of his research here at the office. He's got his computer. In fact, look at this. Look more closely at the office. What do you see? Yeah, we'll take a break before we decide this, but I see something in that photo that feels like a clue. When they find his body, will they go home first? That's an interesting question. The bed, yes, that's what I saw too. It looks to me like he's sleeping in his office. So if so, this is where he's spending all his time. So I think we should go to the office first, but let's take our first break here. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. We've figured out something's going on in Mexico City. We've got an intercepted phone message back and forth that seems to be talking about a different city in Mexico. But we've decided to go to the office in King's College first rather than his home, based on spotting something interesting here that he seems to be sleeping at his office. And I'll also note that one of our one of the things that we found in his possession was keys to his King's College office, it seems. In fact, can we see if that text says anything that we should care about? Can you see what that says? Feels like you could almost see it. Let me just get a good look at this myself here. Can't really see it with my glasses. Well, if it comes up, we'll consider it. We'll revisit it. Let's go to the office. The college is still shrouded in darkness and fog when you visit it in the early morning. The air outside is cold and damp, but in Professor Brown's office, it's warm and dry. It smells of dust and old books, but the room seems fairly orderly. There are a handful of objects on his desk. So 15. Card 15 is the second card in this location, so we haven't had to make a choice here. Scan this QR code to take a closer look at the items on his desk. So this is new. We've not encountered this before in this series. It seems like it's going to give us... Is it going to give us a VR scene or just a picture? I don't know, but let's go ahead and do it and see what it gives us. Okay. Let's see if we can get a better look at this. So it's an image that I can zoom in on. Jade's new book comes out soon. Okay. Got a drawing. Got a book about the native people of the Americas. Here, let me give you this so you can see it fully. All right, so Volume 2, Mesoamerica Part 2, required reading for next semester. Check, he says. He's got some poker chips on his laptop. Password, ArchProf1960. Username, hint, Jade's Hero. And then here we saw Jade's new book comes out soon. Okay, we've got an inlaid little box here, maybe cigar box, maybe for some treasure. Documents for some project. Can you make out what's crossed out there? Not really. Anything you can see in these pieces of paper? What has he got here? What's that? Does everyone know what that is? Yeah, I'm not sure why they didn't just give us an envelope for this. Okay, that is a stamp seal for like a wax seal. You would pour some wax on an envelope and then you would stamp it. But we can't make out what the pattern is that it would stamp unless we see somewhere that it's been used. So is it like a Mosquito stamp? We don't know. What other books are here? Mystery Cities of something. And here looks like a little pyramid temple. Could be an Aztec temple. There's some real serious, interesting ruins in Mexico from the Aztecs that are beautiful. And then here's a phone. This is a different phone than the one we found on his person. So we've got a second phone here, and here he's written Dr. Wang. The annoying thing is that we're going to have to, let's see, what's happening here? I can click on these things? Oh, that's why. Look at that. That's why it's online. You can click on things. All right, this is not just a photo then, it's an interactive thing. So let's see if we can hover over. We can look at the stamp. We can look at project data, notebook, the cigar box, the post-it password, the smartphone, the book on the Mayans. Let's just get a overview of all the things we can. So we can look at the book. We cannot look at that. We can look at the poker chips. We can look at the laptop monitor. All right, that's pretty impressive. All right, let's start with this stamp. The only document that has this stamp on it is a certificate of authenticity. It's unclear who the certificate was issued to, but there is a London address on the envelope. Now draw location G, Atelier, and lay it out. So what are we looking at here? Abka Knexoi, god of fishermen, unknown Mayan artist, sandstone and gold from 1450. Timotheus Brown, which is probably our guy who's dead, he has authenticated this piece of art. And it says it doesn't know who it's authenticated to, but there is a London address on the envelope. Okay, so we can go visit this location. This might be another person, another treasure hunter, possibly an ally of ours or a competitor. So I've gotten that location G. All right, let's go back now to our document. How about this project data? Okay, so here is some project he's working on. Ideas for second coordinate. Cipher goes to Spain, later it goes to Duke of Medina. Naval battle. British admiral. So we've got underlined and circle. We've got things that are underlined, double underlined, and things that are circled. Go to St. Mary's Church immediately before departure. All right, let's see if envelope 2 is a duplicate of this, or if we're supposed to combine it with this information. So this is new. We haven't seen this much internet in the previous Masters of Crime cases. All right, so what you can see in front of me is that envelope 2 is this inset photo on the web. So we don't have to study the one on the web. We've got a printed out version, and it is a puzzle that we can research. Ideas for the second coordinate cipher. So probably we're going to have to come up with a coordinate thing here. This might be coordinates of where these photos are from. The naval battle of 1588. He must have had it. If you follow the line of succession, the younger son from his first marriage must have had it. It's unlikely he gave it to his half-brother. Two of them had a terrible relationship. Find out where he's buried, and then go to St. Mary's Church. So maybe we've got 3 locations. All right, that's a puzzle we're going to have to solve. That sounds like internet research. It makes sense if this is a treasure hunt that this game wants us to do more searching than normal. All right, well, let's just put that aside for now. Let's get back to our website here. All right, so that was our project data. What about the notebook? Draw location E, a pub, lay it out. If you go to this location, you can meet Juan Castillo. if you go to this location. We've never had a location that we didn't go to. So we've got location E, which is a pub. Now, in this case, we don't have an envelope to look at, so we're going to have to study this picture here. Juan Castillo is a jungle guide Mondays and Fridays in the pub. He's the best guide. He knows flora and fauna, plants and animals, and he's strong. The con is we don't know him well. He can't know about the treasure. He can't know about the treasure. What does that mean? Is that a statement like we want to make sure he doesn't know about it? Or is it a statement that we're confident he doesn't know about it? And then in our planning, we have documents for Valentina. We've written a goodbye letter. We haven't done the money transfer yet. We haven't got a new passport yet, but we have packed bags and we have researched Mosquito. Okay, I don't love that we don't have a copy of this. I'll try to download it for us. All right, let's keep going here. How about the post-it for the password? Okay, so I guess we're supposed to write this down. I wouldn't have minded giving us a card for this instead, so I don't have to do this, but okay. Password is Arch Prof 1960, and the hint, username hint, is Jade's Hero. All right. And then where is our information about Jade? It was here. Jade's new book comes out soon. Flowers. So Jade's either our daughter or a friend of ours. Okay, let's see what happens if we click on the monitor. So if we click on the monitor, I guess we're being told that even though we can't see anything on the screen, there is something on the screen. It's this website called amazingmails.com, encrypted communication with friends and family. It looks like it's telling us we can open it up. And here we are. Amazingmails.com, secure and encrypted connections. Join now. Okay, so here's our username and password. Now we know the password is ArchProf1960, but the username is Jade's Hero. And until we see what book Jade is writing, I don't think we can answer this question yet. So I don't think this is for us yet, but that doesn't mean we're not going to get it soon. So Jade's new book comes out soon. All right. Is this Jade's book? Doesn't look like it. It looks like it's being written by Richard something. And furthermore, we can't even click on this. But I wonder if we can't find this book on Maya might be... Well, her book's coming out soon, so this isn't likely to be her book unless it's a preprint. But maybe our smartphone has messages from Jade. Yes, here we have a voicemail from Jade Darling. Okay, so that might tell us the hint. We got 4 messages, 4 voicemail messages. We're going to try to listen to these together now, assuming we can get this to work. I see red. That doesn't seem good. All right, but let's see if we can get this to work.
Well, my little professor, since you don't seem to want to answer your cell phone, I'll leave you a voice message. I really need to get rid of that fishy colleague now. The Bali vacation won't pay for itself, after all, so please make a bit of an effort. Otherwise, the deal's off the table and I'll keep the £1,000, okay? After everything Ruby told me, it wouldn't be a bad idea for you to bring a little money home with you. So, have we got that sorted? Well, my little professor, since you don't seem to want to answer your cell phone, I'll leave you a voice message. I really need to get rid of that fishy colleague now. The Bali vacation won't pay for itself, after all, so please make a bit of an effort. Otherwise, the deal's off the table and I'll keep the £1,000, okay? After everything Ruby told me, it wouldn't be a bad idea for you to bring a little money home with you. So, have we got that sorted?
Do we have a transcript of this? I don't know. I don't know why this is a separate link. All right, let's look at, that was December, well, it was either December 3rd or March 12th. Okay, we know the answer to that by looking 3 down. This is clearly in European date format, day, month. So that's March 12th. Okay, let's listen to the unknown one.
Good day, Mr. Brown. This is Gordon Fletcher from Worthett Casino. I have been personally asked by Mr. Wentworth to remind you of your financial situation. He expects your repayment this week. And oh yes, I should also compliment you on the wonderful blue dress your wife wore last night. I think we understand each other. Mr. Wentworth does not like to wait. Have a nice day.
That's weird.
Good day, Mr. Brown. This is Gordon Fletcher from Worthett Casino. I have been personally asked by Mr. Wentworth to remind you of your financial situation.
So he owes money
expects
to
your
his
repayment
casino.
this week. And oh yes, I should also compliment you on the wonderful blue dress your wife wore last night.
What's
I think
that
we
about?
understand each other. Mr. Wentworth does not like to wait. Have a nice day.
Okay, so he owes money to the casino. That could be a motive for killing him. Except the person who stabbed him in the back did so with an old Mayan blade. So that does not seem like how a casino guy would get revenge. All right, now we're going to hear from, I guess, the daughter, Jade. And this is what we're looking for. We're trying to find Jade's hero here. Okay, so Jade, darling, and here she is leaving a message on March 14th. The previous one was March 15th. Okay, let's listen to Jade's first of 2 messages.
Timmy, darling, I've already left you a few messages on your voicemail and written you emails and everything else. I'm sure it's completely normal for married couples to have to go to such lengths. Please just get in touch with me. I want to know where you are. Are you coming home one of these days? When are we going to see each other? I feel like we don't have any time left to have a proper marriage. It just isn't working. Please, get in touch. Timmy, darling, I've already left you a few messages on your voicemail and written you emails
Jimmy, she
and
calls him?
everything else. I'm sure it's completely normal for married couples to have to go to such lengths. Please just get in touch with me.
He's sleeping in his office.
Home one of these days. When are we going to see each other?
That's
I feel
what we
like
picked
we
up
don't
with
have
the
any time
sofa
left to have a
bag.
proper marriage.
For some
It
reason,
just-
he's not coming home.
It just isn't working. Please, get
Okay.
in touch. Timmy.
Now let's listen to the next one.
Like a good wife, I just did the laundry. And you know what I found in the guest room? A farewell letter. A farewell letter from my husband, who I haven't seen for days. Are you serious? Call me, damn it. I also saw the packed suitcases. What are you planning? Get in touch with me. Like a good wife, I just did the laundry. And you know what I found in the guest room? A farewell letter. A farewell letter from my husband, who I haven't seen for days. Are you serious? Call me, damn it. I also saw the packed suitcases. What are you planning? Get in touch with me. Like a...
Okay, interesting. But no clue about Jade's hero. New book comes out soon. All right, let's see. We looked at the cell. Did we look at the cell phone? Yes, that's what we were just looking at, the voice messages. Did we look at the book on Maya and stuff? You glance at the open page of the book. Professor Brown seems to have read something about so-called Teakle steels. As far as you know, these are stone pillars that have enabled linguists to research a large part of the Maya writing system. Okay. That doesn't really help us. How about the cigar box? 7,000 pounds worth of Mexican pesos. Wow. 7,000 pounds. He's moving to Mexico, it sounds like, or he's going there to buy some rare item. So we have done everything here, I believe. We've looked at the notebook, we've looked at the data, we've looked at the stamp, we've looked at the book, we've looked at the smartphone. This has nothing you can do. We've looked at the monitor. We've looked at the password. We haven't looked at the poker chips. Chips from a London casino with a value of 25 pounds. That doesn't really help us. All right, so he's not winning Mexican pesos at a casino. So from here, we can log in to our encrypted family email if we knew the password, but we don't. Jade has a new book. Jade's the wife at home. You don't think we looked at the notebook? Let me see. I think we're going to go find Jade's information at home, but let's look at the notebook. Draw location E, the pub laid out. Yeah, we did go to this location. This was about the potential jungle guide. Notice he did leave the goodbye letter, and he did pack his bags, which were left in the guest room. Okay, but I don't think we can log into this site yet until we find Jade's hero and her book, which I think we are going to find at Professor Brown's house, because that's where the wife is. So I'm going to put his stuff at his office. Okay, so let's look at the locations in front of us now. That was a long time we spent in his office. We can go to his house, which makes sense to me because I think there we'll talk to the wife and find out about her hero. That would let us log into the web account. But we have two other places we could go to. One is the location where he authenticated with his stamp some information, some drawing, some photo, I guess. Looks like there might be some clues here. And then we also have the pub where we have a potential guide who seems like a friend that we could trust because he probably has no way of knowing about the treasure. So we might find an ally there. But it might be one of these things where there's multiple guides and we can pick which one to hire. I'm not sure we're ready to pick to go to him. It seems like we probably should go to his house. But we should also say before we do that, that we also have this puzzle that very well could be solvable now. And I suspect it will unlock this location. Probably this is enough information to solve this puzzle. Let's go look at what the format of this puzzle is. So we want to probably close all this, but let's just go and enter code. Okay, so this is going to be a code on envelope 2. So let's see, envelope 2. What address do we have to go to in order to follow Professor Brown's notes? So we want an address. We want an address. That's odd. I mean, do we just want the address of St. Mary's Church? No, it says, what address do we go to in order to find his notes? Ideas for the second coordinate cipher. The cipher goes to Spain. Later, it goes to the Duke. What if he had it with him at the naval battle of 1588? Then it either sank there or the British have it. The admiral was never the same afterward. Did he become obsessed with the search? He must have had it. If you follow the line of succession, the younger son from his first marriage must have it. It's unlikely he gave it to his half-brother. The two of them had a terrible relationship. Find out where he's buried. So is this it? We're just supposed to find out where he's buried? So first we find who had it at the naval battle. The admiral was never the same. He became obsessed. His younger son from the first marriage. So do we find the admiral in the naval battle of 1588? It's just not my favorite thing to admiral naval battle 1588. Guess we want a British admiral. Lord Howard of Effingham and Sir Francis Drake. Oh, Francis Drake is quite famous. Okay, so does anyone know about the history of this battle? Sir Francis Drake and Lord Howard. Well, it's just all AI now in our lives, huh? All right. Who was the British admiral against the Spanish Armada? Francis Drake, under the command of Charles Howard. So probably we're looking for Sir Francis Drake. And we want his younger son from first marriage. Sir Francis. Okay. Oh my God. All right, let's see if this gives us anything usable. Had no younger sons from his first marriage. Oh, dear God. So what? Do we just not trust the AI? He had no younger sons from his first marriage. It's like, okay, you're not going to get an answer to this. Had no children. All right, let's see what the channel is saying. If I was in front of my desktop with monitors and my proper keyboard and everything, this would probably be pleasant. But doing this in front of the tablet is just not pleasant. So I'm happy to have other people researching. Debbie says, look at the Spanish Armada article on Wikipedia. Okay, well, we're gone from that page, but I guess maybe we can back up. No, we can't back up. That's gone. Spanish Armada on Wikipedia. Okay, Cipher goes to Spain. Later it goes to the Duke of Medina. What if he still had it? So maybe we're not looking at the British side, but it said the British had it. Okay. Commanded by Alonso Guzman, Duke of Medina Sidonia, which is what was referenced here. Later it goes to the Duke of Medina Sidonia. What if he still had it? The admiral was never the same afterward. Did he become obsessed? He must have had it. So are we looking for Alonso Guzman? Okay, let's look at the chat. Remember to give full sentences because it just can't be, there's no way to track what I'm asking and answers unless you give full sentences. The clue mentions Spain. Maybe we want the Spanish admiral. I like that. Yeah, it's not Drake. Look at Wikipedia. Yes, Spanish were the colonizers of Mexico, not the English. Maybe you had older sons who were. Look at the leaders, find their matching portrait. Okay, that does not help. All right. Let's try to do a little better here. So if Alonso Perez, the Duke of Medina Sidonia, who's being referenced here, later it goes to the Duke of Medina Sidonia. What if he still had it at the naval battle? Then it either sank there or the British have it. The admiral, we don't know who they're talking about, was never the same after. I mean, this is this photo, this picture. I guess maybe that's what Debbie is trying to say. That's the Duke of Medina Sidonia. That's fine. We've got his name explicitly mentioned here. But what's not fine is here. Then it either sank or the British have it. The admiral was never the same afterwards. Did he become obsessed with the search? He must have had it. This person is described as the commander of the Spanish Armada. Maybe that's admiral? Okay, let's see about family and see if this is the person. If, assuming this is the admiral, even though he's not referred to as admiral here, and assuming we're looking for the Spanish Navy admiral, assuming this is the same guy, We should be looking for his first marriage son. Let's see. "4 years, daughter of the prince. Scandal, the young girl's mother." His grandmother. First marriage was to Alfonso Perez de Guzman, who was to die childless. His mother and his father. He had a son, Juan Manuel, who succeeded his father. Okay, so is that who we were looking for, Juan Manuel? The younger son from his first marriage. It says the younger son from his first marriage, but that Wikipedia seemed to be the only son mentioned, or the first one. So we're just going to go with this, and the channel will correct me if this is not who we're looking for. We're looking now for where he was buried. He died in 1636. He fought against the Barbary pirates. His eldest daughter became Queen Consort of Portugal. And that's it. All right, so I guess we're going to now have to try to copy this and see if we can get Google to where buried. Here we are back at Wikipedia, which didn't seem to give us the information unless I went over it. I'm sure there are people who find this enjoyable. I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are. But it's not me. All right, let's go to the chat. We'll see if we're even looking at the right person. Okay, no help there. No help on the chat. Lots of typing, but no actual help. It's unlikely he gave it to his half-brother. Find out where he's buried. Okay, let's try again. Let's go and have the AI hallucinate some answer for me after clicking through 10 pages. Delete some of this copied stuff. Maybe this will help us. That's great. That's great. Little pop-up hiding the information so we can't read it. According to details, the burial details are unknown. That's great. That's really fun. That's really enjoyable. Okay, the chat can just tell me where it is and how you know that information. If we're even looking at the right person. All right, let's look in the chat. Debbie says you can compare the photo with the photo on the Armada page. The exact photo is featured on the Armada page. The portrait is not the Duke. Look at the people under leaders and commanders. You can find the exact same portrait under one of the leaders if you go to his article. Go back to the Spanish Armada page, look under a subsection on leaders that features photos of all the leaders. One of the photos will match. All right, so we're going to back up 30 minutes instead of where we are, looking at Juan Manuel Perez. We're going to throw all that in the trash and back up to here about the Spanish Armada. Here we are here, commanders and leaders. Okay, now I don't see any photos. I am not going to click on 20 different people to see different photos. So if we scroll down this 20-page thing, opposing monarchs, executions, action. We have lots of photos of maps. Okay, here's fire ships at Calais. All right, so then we've got dozens of photos of this interesting war. There's Queen Elizabeth. There's a battle. Now we're talking about battles in Ireland. Okay, where's my screen? Where is my screen? All right, we're back. The reality is every second that I have to spend trying to deal with the tablet and the trackpad and typing things is a moment of frustration waiting to boil over. And so here we are. Okay. So when we went to this page, the very first thing we wrote down was two names: Lord Howard, Sir Francis Drake. Debbie is saying the answer is Lord Howard. Now, when you say the answer is Lord Howard, that's the first step of this. Who's the admiral? We were looking at it. Was it Sir Francis Drake? Then we went down the rabbit hole of Sir Francis Drake. Then we got into a rabbit hole of saying, well, it must be the Spanish admiral. That got us into a nightmare rabbit hole of looking for the first son from the younger son from the first marriage of the Spanish admiral. Okay. Now Debbie says, here's the answer. It's Lord Howard. Okay, well, let's make sense of that. The answer to this is Lord Howard. So now we go back to the website when we looked up the Battle of 1588. And we get back to this page telling us about Lord Howard and Sir Francis Drake. So now we have to find Lord Howard's younger son from first marriage. So I'll take the answer to these parts too, if someone can do this search. Otherwise, now I'm back in the game of trying to, on this keyboard, select Lord Howard of Effingham and try to get it to give us the younger, I guess would be his youngest son. Maybe I don't have to type in first marriage. Do we think it's William Howard? The ninth son of Thomas Howard, Earl of Surrey. Guys, fuck you. How about giving me for real the youngest son? Okay, I'll just take it from the chat. What's the answer? The youngest son from the first marriage is also named Charles Howard. Okay. Charles Howard, the second Earl of Nottingham. All right, let's go ahead and see if we can put this in. We're looking for a Charles Howard, but there's not multiple Charles Howard, so we want the second Earl of Nottingham, and then we want to know where he's buried. Buried in Reigate, Surrey, England. Okay, that's fine. It is in England. That's great. However, we know we need, according to this website, if we can switch to the tab, which we are going to have some trouble doing, we need to know the street and city. This also says go to St. Mary's Church immediately. So do we think we should be finding St. Mary's Church in Surrey, which is on one of these tabs somewhere? What if we try St. Mary's Churchyard? Here we go. Charles Howard, buried in St. Mary Magdalene Churchyard. All right, so can we get a street address for this? Maybe not. We've got coordinates. It looks like Chart Lane, Reigate, if that's correct. I don't even know what that really means. Here's the map. Okay. All right, that's not going to help us. Let's try doing it differently. St. Mary's Church in Surrey, England. This one seems to say the main purpose of this channel, the secondary purpose of this channel is to show designers how much frustration can be caused by this. Okay, so this seems to be the wrong one, but it looks like Chart Lane from our previous page is closer, more likely to be the answer. So let's try scrolling back. Chart Lane in Surrey. Let's see if it'll take this as an answer. Of course not. So I said Chart Lane in Surrey, and it says, are you sure? It says now go back, and yet there's a next button. What is that supposed to mean? You can't afford to waste time, and you're not 100% sure. Check again, go back, and yet there's a next button to click. The chat says, let's check in with the chat. Chat says, try Reigate instead of Surrey. Reigate is the town, Surrey is the county. Well, then both are wrong because it's asking for a city. But now Jonathan says Reigate is a city. Debbie says Reigate is the town. Okay, let's try Reigate here. Is that how you spell Reigate? You're a research genius. If you weren't an international and legendary treasure hunter, you would certainly have become a good journalist. You found the address after just a few minutes of research. Really? Because it felt like an hour of research. You're going to have a look around. You get 1 star. All right, well, the chat gets the credit for this, but boy, did I not enjoy that. Boy, did I not enjoy that. All right. And there's our 1 star. And that's this done with. Okay. So there's the graveyard. And then there's the next button here. Let's see what happens if we click this. We just go back. All right, so this location came up and it seems to be a puzzle. Let's take a look at this. In memory of Charles Howard, 2nd Earl of Nottingham, 1579 to 1642, may he rest in peace and dream of the new world. And there we have our triangle pyramid-like symbol with seems to have a little dot in the corner of it, pointing to a recognizable shape here. So let's take a look at this for a second. What are we looking at? Okay, so it looks to me, take a look at these two things. What do you see? Let's do it this way. Is this better? Maybe. Okay, what do you see? What do you see between here and this map? Colombia, absolutely right. It looks to me like it's pointing right to Bogota. So in other words, if we put these two out, it looks to me like this triangle is pointing to the capital of Colombia, Bogota. So I think we might finally catch a break here and be able to solve this puzzle. Let's see. The graveyard is peaceful. Anyone who would have mourned those who are memorialized here has also long since passed away. The Earl's gravestone may be somewhat weathered, but its former splendor is obvious. The inscription and carvings are still legible. As you bend to examine the gravestone, you're struck from behind by a gloved hand. Seconds later, everything goes black. Place location I on the expedition board. Read card 30 immediately. You may not visit any other locations until you have made a decision at location I. Oh my gosh. We just got attacked. All right, so we get a star. We can't go anywhere until we deal with location I. It seems like our culprit has caught up to us. We're now in the manor house. We have to make a decision at location I, even though this is a puzzle. This says we can't visit other locations until we've made a decision, but are we allowed to solve this puzzle? Thematically, it doesn't feel like we should be able to solve this puzzle until we deal with I. But that's a weird thing. Why doesn't it say that? Well, I guess we're going to deal with location I. Let's see what it says. So some rich guy here, maybe a descendant of Lord Howard. He's got a shark tank in his house and looks like a painting of Spanish Armada thing. All right, well, let's see what he says. You awake with an aching head. Before you is a maniacally smiling man who seems to have been waiting for you to come to. Welcome to my estate. The stranger makes a sweeping gesture. My name is Leopold Wentworth, and you, you're a problem. He shakes his finger admonishingly in your direction and sighs theatrically. You are searching for the lost Mosquito treasure. As you attempt to respond, he interrupts you. No one has taken any interest in that grave before, but I knew it was related to the treasure, so I had it watched. I knew anyone interested in the grave would have information that would lead me to my treasure. We want the same thing, you know. While your captor monologues, you take stock of the situation. You're tied to a chair, but the ropes are so poorly tied you can easily free yourself. Next to you is a large fireplace with a massive poker by the grate. You appear to be alone with Leopold. I'm making you an offer you cannot refuse, you hear Leopold say with an unsettling laugh. You find the treasure for me, and I let you live. Perhaps there will be a small reward for you at the end. You stare at the man, calculating. What will you do? So, we can take the deal. We can lie and risk him detecting your treachery later, or we can kill your kidnapper. Now, we know who this is based on our examination of the desktop. We know this guy is the owner of the casino. that we owe money, that the Brown owes money to. All right. Petiole says, obviously, we are not taking this deal. No, we're definitely not taking the deal. We are definitely not taking the deal. However, that leaves two choices that seem feasible. We can lie and risk him detecting our treachery, or we can kill our kidnapper with this poker from the fireplace. I mean, if we lie, what are we going to say? What does lying actually have us do? Let's see what the chat says. Let me put this up so you can see it better. So he's hit us over the head. He's been watching the gravestone. I don't feel like we need his help. Perry says, kill him. Melissa says, he could have bodyguards around here somewhere. If we take him out now, it seems like it would bring a lot of heat on us. Debbie says, if I thought we could kill him and get away with it, I'd do that. All right, let's have a vote. I'm unsure either. We're definitely not taking the deal, but I think either of these two. You're tied to a chair. The ropes are poorly tied. We could get out of it. We see the poker. He's making us an offer we can't refuse. Find the treasure for me and I'll let you live. Perhaps a small reward. I feel like we should try killing this guy. I don't trust this guy. He's going to kill us even if he doesn't detect our treachery. Okay, now what's card 42 and why? When are we supposed to draw it? After we make our decision? There's card 42. All right, let's have a vote. What's it going to be? Jonathan says he's worried this is going to cost us extra time. That's not what I want. What do I want? Why do I not have a better screen for this? All right, we've got 3 votes for lie and risk him detecting our treachery later, and 2 votes for killing him. No, 4 votes for killing him and 3 votes for lying and risk him detecting our treachery later. I don't think we can afford to have this guy breathing down our neck. I think you kill the boss. Who's going to come after us? His workers? They're not going to get are they really going to want revenge? Like, he's the boss. We're going to have to escape from this manor house, though. I mean, he could finance this trip for us, but I don't feel like I'm too angry about that whole search. I think we should get out our anger and kill this guy. And that's what it looks like the vote is coming down to. Okay, I'm going to stop this vote. We're going to kill this guy. I've got too much anger in me from that web Wikipedia search. So we're just going to try to kill him right now. No, we're not going to put up with this nonsense. We're going to try to kill our kidnapper. Here we go. With the hefty blow of the fire poker, the problem of Leopold Wentworth is settled for now. To cover your tracks, you drag the body up a floor to the edge of the shark tank and push it in. Who will be able to tell what killed Mr. Wentworth by the time his shark has finished with him? Maybe we should have noticed that clue of the shark and used that for this. Everything looks like a tragic accident. After cleaning the crime scene, washing your hands, you begin searching the manor. Turns out your kidnapper has already researched the lost Mosquito treasure and was one step ahead of you. In his desk, you find a very interesting clue on an old parchment. You pocket it before leaving. So we got 2 stars. We got a good star outcome. However, we did lose a little bit of time, just as Jonathan sort of predicted that we would lose time with this path. All right, so we lost 1 clock. Now, if we can limit ourselves to under 4 clocks, we won't pay any penalty at all. All right, I feel good about that. I feel good about that. All right. So, and it looks like we might get away with it. So 31 and 32 go in the box. We never see these. But we do get 42 and envelope 6. All right, let's see what 42 is. This is just our little memory of this guy we just killed. Should we have looked at that first? I think if we had looked at it, we would want to kill him even more. So I don't think there's anything bad about that. He's got some jewelry on his bracelet and ring. We do have to be looking behind our back at all times, though, because someone associated with this guy could still be after us after this. There could be ramifications. Okay, let's look at envelope 6, and then we're done here. The manor house. Is it the mosquito symbol on his bracelet? Kind of, maybe. All right, well, we've got another little cipher code. Order and righteousness, maze and labyrinths, battle of uplands, fishermen and blind people, beginning and downfall, madmen and left-handed people, falling branches. So each of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So each of these things is for one symbol. If you had to guess, you might guess that each of these is going to be a letter. But not clear that that's what's happening. They're not given in order from left to right. All right, well, we can go see what format the answer of this is, but let's put this here for now, because maybe we should be returning back to the graveyard puzzle. So let's go and see what format it wants this. See if Bogota we can put in as an answer. And then we'll go check what the format it wants for this puzzle. This guy we killed. We'll just keep his picture as a memory. All right, let's go and enter code here and see if What's happening here? Okay, so this one is card 23. What city does the inscription point to? Okay, so we know the answer to this is Bogota. Hopefully it doesn't care about the diacriticals. That fits perfectly. You are very pleased with yourself as you compare the carved outline on the gravestone with the borders of Colombia. It fits perfectly. The city must therefore be Bogota. You can almost feel yourself getting closer and closer to the secret of Mosquito. You get a star. Okay, so we got a star for figuring out that Bogota is a clue, but we don't know what to do with it, and we're done with the graveyard location. So that means we could try to solve this puzzle right now, or we could go visit some other locations. We did want to go to his house. We might want to go hire this guide at some point, talk to this guy with the authentication. But let's go see what format it wants this puzzle in. So this is envelope 6. Let's see what it wants for the answer to envelope 6. Which city does this parchment point to? Okay, so this is a city is going to be the answer to this. A city, huh? All right, let's look at this for a second. Maybe the chat has a theory already. I certainly don't, but I want to look at it. See what do you see here? First of all, is the odd arrangement of these things. Could each of these be a letter? Is it going to be a city in Bogota? No repeats. Looks like they're all unique symbols. And then each one of these maps to one of these. Let's just look at this for a second. Because it's an interesting situation we find ourselves in. I guess we don't really care with the symbols, I don't think. I think we just have to look at this. All right, so what are we looking at here? Order and righteousness, maze and labyrinths, battle of uplands, fishermen and blind people. And then we have this weird clue, beginning of unavoidable downfall, where begin, down. Begin, down, huh? It's weird, the pattern of these clues too. It's like there's the word right, up, maze, begin, down, left, go, jaguars going right, mice end. No internet symbol here, so this shouldn't be something we have to search for. If it's not something we have to search for, then what on earth would Battle of Uplands be? Legend of the Blind Eagle. Like, how do you... What if we spell words with this? Or, Malorambotufabp? No. Beginning of the unavoidable downfall. Begin down. Strange, huh? So what if we looked at all those directions and we took this one odd clue which circles and then says down? What if we found this? Which symbol is this? It's right here. Okay, so it is saying begin by going down. And now if we look at this symbol, it's madman and left-handed people. And then this one, if we're here, assuming I haven't gone wrong, let's start again. Begin here. Come on, guys. Okay, we're beginning here. That's clearly the begin. Go down. Then from this one, we go madmen and left-handed people. Okay, now from this one, where is that one? Here. Battle of the Uplands. So here or here, but let's say it's here. Battle of the Uplands. No, it has to go here because we need the symbol. Okay, then from here, order and righteousness. We're going to go right. Then from here, which is this one, falling branches. You think fall might mean go down. Then we got this face here, which looks like this one. Embodiments of life's end. Embodiment of life's end. How do we do that? And we're in trouble. I don't know how to do that. Embodiment of life's end. Do you think we go here? Life's end. All right, let's imagine we go right. Then the next step would be the jaguar that is going right. Now we're in trouble. Boy, that seems like the right thing to do, but something has slightly gone wrong here. All right, let's try to do it more carefully. We begin here and we go down. That brings us to this guy who says madman and left-handed people. So we go left, which brings us to here. Battle of the Uplands. Now, what if we go here? Then we don't know how to look it up. So surely we have to go all the way up to here. When we do that, it brings us to this guy, which says order and righteousness. Surely we have to go all the way to this because we need to be going between symbols. Okay, so when we do that, then we get to this one, falling branches. I mean, falling seems like we should be sending us to here, which brings us to this one. And then we get embodiment of life's end. You think this is the end. Let's see. The channel says, I think when you get there, you're done. Okay, that makes sense. And then the question is, what do we do now? And Jonathan was saying maybe we're tracing a path. So if we started here, we went like this. So we went that. What does that get us? What does this route get us? It's a 4x4 grid. And we went like this. So there's a couple possibilities. One is that this is a pattern that we should care about. The other is that perhaps each of these represents a letter and it spells something. If we look at these letters, like this looks like an N, this looks like a W, or you could look at the letters here. Like this looks like an H. Just look at the outer edge. So are we looking at H-A-V-A-N-A, Havana? H-A-V-A-N-A, Havana. I think we've got Havana. H-A-V-A-N-A, Havana, Cuba. I think that's what we're looking at here. So if we go to the format of the answer, it wants to know the city. So I think we're looking at Havana, Cuba. Doesn't even want the country. Let's just try it. That seems a little far-fetched. I think probably it just doesn't want the country. That could be improved. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. After an eternity of intense staring at the paper, the letters finally stopped dancing, and you clearly recognized the true message of the card, Havana, the capital of Cuba. Mosquito seems to have been really busy. That's a clue you'll keep in the back of your mind. You get a star. All right, that was good teamwork. That was enjoyable little puzzle. All right, so good teamwork. That's solved. We've killed one person so far in our quest. We've been to the manor house. We fed him to the shark. We went to the graveyard. So we are now faced with 3 locations. I think we want to go to his house, right? The wife is probably up sick, wondering what happened. We're going to have to break the bad news to her, but also ask her who her hero is. We'll leave this guy for last. There's no point in rushing to hire a guide. Chat says, good work, Jesse. Thank you. Danielle says, I like puzzles like that. The path forward is unclear. We all just look at it and notice things, and eventually the purpose becomes clear. Yes, that was very good. That shows you why it helps to have multiple people, though, because it didn't even occur to me that we were at the end of the path. Okay. Let's go to the house and talk to this wife and find out who her hero is. Let's look at the outside first to see if there are any clues for us. I don't really see any clues to use other than she's asleep. Probably all the lights are off. Let's go and knock on the door. There's still a few hours before sunrise, enough time then to take a quick look around the professor's house. Maybe you could find out who else the trader offered to sell his clue to. Does his wife know what happened yet? Do you dare enter the house tonight? You hesitate in front of the door with the professor's key in your hand. So this is interesting. This is the first time this game has given us a question like this. Wait until morning, search the house tonight. That's a very interesting choice. So it feels like if we wait, we're going to get a clock. If we wait, we're going to get a clock. It's not really giving us the choice to knock on the door, though. It's like, just go in and search or wait until morning. Like, I don't like these two choices. I don't want to wait until the morning. Who's got time for that? I don't want to get caught searching. On the other hand, the wife's going to want to know what happened, and we have the information. I feel like we might get caught, though. The lights are off, though. She's asleep. I feel like we could get in there and get out without being spotted. Because the lights are off, I feel like we can search it. And I think Jonathan was thinking like, or Debbie was thinking like me. Does the light indicate someone went through the door recently? I don't think it does. The fact that all the lights are off inside the house suggests to us that maybe nobody's home or she left. Melissa says, I think the wife is dead. All right. Either way, we're going in. Here we go. Search the house tonight. Card 12. We're going in. As soon as you take your first step onto the old floorboards of the hallway, you're aware of two things. First, the professor's wife is in the bedroom. Second, you're going to have to be pretty damn careful to avoid waking her. In the study, you find various drawings of Maya temples and books on pre-Columbian art from the King's College Library. When you spot a romance novel cover, you realize these documents belong not to Professor Brown, but to his wife. Clearly, she's been using her husband's research to underpin the romance novels she writes. Under a pile of dirty laundry in the guest room next door, you find a suitcase full of men's summer clothing. It seems like you're not the first person to search this room. Some of the furniture seems out of place. Several drawers are ajar, and there are loose documents lying on the small secretary desk. Just as you're bending to take a closer look, you hear footsteps in the bedroom. You grab the documents and slip out of the house. All right, so if we had talked to her, she probably would have just told her. We could have asked her who her favorite author is. Now that we can't talk to her since we're escaping, we're going to have to determine it from the documents we found. So we get a star, and we get envelopes 1 and 4. Hopefully we can figure out what the wife has been writing. And someone else has been searching here, huh? Okay. We got competition. Well, the wife wasn't dead, it seems. Seems like probably the wife wasn't dead. All right, so we've got the book that the wife has been working on. Montana Bones and the Temple of Love by Jade Temptation. That's her pen name. Hey, Jade. Thank you for the cover design job. I hope it looks good to you. It only occurred to me at the end that I may have been a little too inspired by my own love life. You think it's super obvious? I really don't want that to get out. Signed, Valentina, who we had a voicemail from. Let's see. Montana Bones and the Temple of Love. Will love conquer all? When charismatic archaeologist Montana Bones stumbles across a mysterious parchment, he has no idea that it will lead not only to a lost temple complex deep within the jungle, but also to the love of his life. The Temple of Love is more than a legendary trove of priceless artifacts. It holds the greatest treasure of all, the secret of true love. Amidst mysterious ruins and dangerous traps, Montana meets the fearless Aurora, a beguiling writer with a passion for puzzles. Sparks fly immediately between Montana and Aurora, but the dangers of their quest, not all of them archaeological in nature, put their budding relationship to the test. Montana and Aurora aren't the only ones after the secret hidden within the temple, an unscrupulous and dangerous organization known as Mosquito, descended from a secret brotherhood of Spanish conquistadors, is also searching for the temple. They suspect it contains a trove of priceless artifacts hidden away by the founding members of their organization and lost to the sands of time, and they won't hesitate to use violence to recover it. Montana and Aurora's mission, their love, and their very lives are at stake in the race to find the lost treasure of Mosquito. Jade Temptation is a renowned author of best-selling romantic adventures. Her ability to incorporate historical fact into the vivid worlds she creates makes her a true master of the genre. I research my books for months before I write them and always try to incorporate the latest research from King's College into my stories, says Jade. Could Jade be our killer? And Petiole makes an interesting... Is it Petiole? Let me see. Who said this? Let's see. I think it looks a little like... Is Montana Bones her hero? Her hero is Indiana Jones. I think it looks a little like the guy we see on the pub card face, says Jonathan. Petiole says one of the usernames from the text exchange was Monty Bones. That's very interesting. Has the husband caught the wife? Has the husband caught the wife doing something tricky? Remember, there's two phones. I wonder if the wife could be up to no good. But Jonathan is saying the man on the cover looks like the guy on the pub. Maybe Valentina is romantically involved with him, not suggesting something about the password. Interesting. Petiole says, is Valentina seeing Juan Castillo, the guide? So yes, is this Valentina seeing our pub guide, Juan Castillo? That's very interesting. Let's get card 45 out, which is going to be the wife, I guess. But I also wonder if the wife could be up to no good. So here's Jade Temptation. Let's look at her card. All right, she's a looker. She likes roses. But she was trying to get back with her husband, so unless she was faking those voicemails just to cover her tracks, I guess she's not our main suspect. Be a little hard to fake those voicemails, but you never know. All right, now we're looking for her hero. Well, we got two envelopes. This was one. Let's see what the other one was. So what we have here is a ticket for from Professor Brown to from London Heathrow to somewhere. Mexico. That's all we can see. He's got his Mexican passport and he's got a rental agreement for where he's going. Minimum 2 years. He's moving to Mexico to get to, and he's divorcing his wife. I wonder if that's because he's caught his wife using the name Monty Bones. Up to no good. Let's read these, though, if we can make more sense of it. To all my friends who knew me and my beloved Jade. Okay, he still loves his wife. I've made many mistakes in my life. They're now catching up to me. I've tried to keep so much secret from you for so long. I've forgotten how to be honest. I cannot bring myself to face my failures, look you in the eye, and ask for forgiveness. I wish there were another way out for me. Take care. I love you. To everyone to whom I have meant something, I have unfortunately contracted an incurable terminal illness and have emigrated to Switzerland to die there. Don't try to visit me. I do not wish for you to see me in this frail state. So he's lying about where he's going and why. Hello, M16 has contacted me. MI6 has contacted me, phoned me out on a secret archaeological mission. Do not try to find me. It would cost me my life. If I do not return, know that I died proudly in service to my country. So he's made up a whole bunch of fake letters. How weird. Throw people off the trail. This doesn't help us find her hero, though. Any thoughts? Okay. Debbie says, now let me back up. Little weird how she knows about the crime network. Okay, I don't remember. Oh, you mean little weird that her story is talking about the Mosquito crime network. She does say how she tries to use the professor's research to fill in her cases. Maybe someone is reading this and learning secrets that the professor has. Debbie thinks we should try Montana Bones, that Montana Bones is the hero of Jade. Certainly that's what it could mean. We thought like her real life hero, but maybe it means the hero of her stories. And that's what Debbie Levy is saying right here. I think hero means the main character of her novel. Okay, so maybe we'll try that. And then Debbie says, I think Monty Bones is the professor himself. That's the part I'm not 100% sure about. He's a Mexican citizen. Are those tears on the letters talking about here? Is there any clue here if you just look at where the damp spots are? On a cost me. Doesn't seem like it. The wife mentioned earlier she found the letters. I guess she searched his room. Okay, well, let's put these aside for now. Let's try to get in to the website using this name. All right, let's go to try to find that page. Okay, so here is the website, Amazing Mails. We don't want to sign up. We want to log in. Okay, so this says username, no spaces, and uppercase, lowercase. So assuming he's not using the username of the phone messages, we're going to try Montana phones. And then we were told the password, which is ARCHPROF 1960. Let's see if this works. That was it. Hello, Professor. Here's your personal dashboard. Let's be amazing together. Okay, so we could write an email, I guess. But more interesting, we can see these previous emails. So March 14th at 11:56, Leo W. at Lou Hedge Fund, a one-time offer. What are these icons? Download, trash. What does this one mean? Doesn't matter. We can't click on it. Can we click on this? Yes. Okay, let's read his emails. Okay, Leo at hedgefund.com. And there's his address, Professor TB at Amazing Mails. Mr. Brown, you've closed the deal of a lifetime and just about pulled your hand out of the noose. Pulled your head out of the noose. I will show my gratitude. Don't show or tell anyone about the map. Understand? The meeting point is fine with me, but please move the time to 3 a.m. I have important appointments before then. All right. Start at the bottom in chronological order. Okay, let's do that. You're right. Let's start on March 8th. Urgent request, pay the amount of £465,000. That's how much he owes to the casino. The amount known to you, in the account known to you, or we will be forced to take legal action. You have 5 days. Yikes. The rest of these are all from March 14th. So that was a week ago, demanding he owed £465,000. The rest of them are all from the 14th. Okay, here he says, there are people that he reached out to sell this information to about the treasure. First reply, okay, strange meeting place, but if you want, I'll be there. You know, if anyone can find the treasure, it's me. That's the reply to his message to info@treasurehunter.com. I have something for you, a rarity, a treasure map of inestimable value. Is this easier to read? It's harder for me to read. Let's do it this way. Okay, so he's trying to sell this treasure map. He's saying, meet me tomorrow. I'll just say this much. People are prepared to kill. I'll just say this much. Mosquito, I assume you are interested. I'm prepared to give you the map exclusively for £20,000. Meet me at the highest point of the West Tower of Tower Bridge at midnight. Come alone. And this person says, strange meeting place. If you want, I'll be there. Okay, info@treasurehunter.com. I feel like if we go to a website, treasurehunter.com, they can't own that. So I think that's not going to be right. But here is the Mexican prince. This is the one that we saw on his phone. This is the Mexican 3DU Mexican prince. And here he is talking to this person. Looks like it should have been EDU Mexican prince. Okay. All right. So here he is saying, starting off down here. Hello, Mr. Representative. I have something for you, a rarity 100 times more valuable than the last finds. Treasure map, an artifact shrouded in legend for which people were prepared to kill. Just say this much, Mosquito. I'm assuming you're interested. I'm prepared to give you the map for £250,000. Meet me on March 15th at 2:30 in the morning at the highest point. That should fit in with your flight. After all, it lands in London directly beforehand. Come directly from the airport and alone. This person says, I knew you were keeping something from me. You found it at my excavation site under the eyes of my guards. And now you want to sell it to me? I don't know how you had such a death wish, Professor. You hand over the map without paying. That's the deal. I suggest you pay the price and accept the losses. I've sent documents to my lawyer, which he will hand over to the authorities if I disappear. Do you really want to find out what a desperate man is capable of? Okay, I'll pay the price. After that, our cooperation is history, you ungrateful dog. If you don't keep your mouth shut, you won't be safe anywhere. Do you understand? I have very good contacts, and I know where you'll be living in the future. I'll try to be there at 2:30 a.m., but I don't land at Heathrow until that night, so it might be tight. Okay, so this seems like an alibi for this guy, right? Like he's not going to get in at 2:30. I think we were there at midnight, and he's been successfully threatened. Our professor said I left details with my lawyer that will come out if I disappear. So that guy shouldn't try to kill him. Remember, we're trying to find the murderer. Okay, let's see here. He says, I have something for you. Treasure trap. I assume you're interested. Give you the map for 150,000 pounds. Each person he quoted a different price. This one he wants to meet at 1 a.m. Come alone. This guy says, oh, this is Dr. Wang. We saw a little post-it note in the book on his desk. All right, let's see what Dr. Wang says. Oh, Eleanor Wang. Eleanor Wang. We should write that down, that now we've got her first name. Eleanor Wang. Okay, what does Eleanor say? Professor Brown, never contact me again via my work email address. I also ask you never show up at my work again without being asked. Our relationship is purely professional. Again, I implore you to respect my research and me. If you want to share new research results with me, please make an appointment with my secretary. That person doesn't sound like she's going to kill her. Okay, here's Valentina. Valentina, he's talking to, and his wife talks to. I think we've got a little bit of our clue that the Valentina, the author, seems to be possibly dating this guide, and now she's involved with the professor. Let's see. And maybe that's her art gallery that we have in our location G. Let's see what he says to Valentina. Oh, Valentina, I have something for you. A rarity, a treasure map of inestimable value. An artifact shrouded in legend. People are prepared to kill. I'll just say this much. Mosquito, I assume you're interested. Prepared to give you the map for 150,000 pounds. Meet at 4 a.m. Oh, my dear professor, you know as well as I do that a poor artist like me can't afford 150,000 pounds. Maybe you could accommodate me a little. I don't want anything to slip out about our joint professional relationship to your wife that would destroy your future. So she's trying to blackmail him. And he says, Miss Valentina, need I remind you, your future could be just as endangered as mine. It remains at the 150,000 pounds, not a pound less. She says, wow, as always, so friendly and willing to compromise. Okay, you lousy bastard, 150,000 pounds then. But put a nice bow on it for me, and the time is good. I have something to do beforehand. So she seems like she's not going to show up until 4 a.m. Okay. Let's look at this next email. He says, I got something special for you. I know we don't know each other personally. I have something for you. I'm sure you will interest you. Rarity, treasure map, ... I'll just say this much. Mosquito, I assume you're interested. I'll give you the map exclusively for 200,000 pounds. Meet me at 3 a.m. Come alone. Agreed. You will receive half on site and the other half 1 day after handover. He says, nope, I want the money on the spot and in full. If not, the deal is off the table. Okay, then I'll bring all the money, but God have mercy on you if you try to rip me off. All right, here's his last email. I have something for you. I'm just going to say one word, Mosquito. I assume you're interested. I'll give it to you for 1 million pounds. Meet me at 1 a.m. Come alone. Mr. Brown, This is from the hedge fund. You've closed the deal of a lifetime and just about pulled your head out of the noose. I will show my gratitude. Don't show or tell anyone about the map, understand? The meeting point is fine with me, but please move the time to 3 a.m. I have important appointments before then. All right. So that's his emails. Let's remind ourselves when we found his dead body. So we are treasurehunter.com. So he set up a meeting with us at midnight. And he's already dead by then. He set up the meeting at midnight with us. That's us right here, I guess. And we're responding saying, yes, we'll be there. He says at midnight. So that's us. He sets up our meeting at midnight. The next person, that's the prince, says, I can't be there till 2:30. The next person says, don't come to my work, make an appointment at 1 a.m. Valentina says the time is good. He wants her to show up at not till much later, right? 4 a.m. This person is supposed to show up at 3 a.m. Please move the time to 3 a.m. I have appointments before then. So we don't have any clear person who would have gone there before midnight. And I don't know exactly what that means. Let's see what the chat picked up. Soul says there's a time on his phone. Maybe Valentina's alibi will be the guide. That's just speculation. The unlocked phone with messages has a clock. Maybe that's when he died. Well, that's a little tricky because it's for 10:24, which would suggest 10:24 a.m. This is envelope 7. When did we get that? The phone is from his office. No, is it? No. I guess the phone was found on his body. Okay, the phone was found on his body, but is for 10:24 a.m. p.m. It's not clear. But we do know who this person is. This is the person that said the flight doesn't get in till 2:30. So I wonder if Valentina is not the person here. And I do like Jonathan's theory that Valentina is having an affair with this guy, and they may have decided to kill the professor. The chat is saying maybe that's when he died. I don't think that makes sense because we get there at midnight and the person is still scrounging through stuff and runs off and our guy is just holding on to death. So it feels to me like he was killed right before midnight. Also, the phone is working, not broken, so it would still keep clicking by. I don't know. So I don't think that's going to be very helpful to us. Why don't we take a break? Then we'll come back and we can decide whether we want to go to this art gallery or this pub. There was some talk in the chat about whether we should go to these websites too, which I think we probably should make a note to go to. Like we can go to this London Relics and Curiosities, Woo Hedge Fund. So the Amazing Mail websites. Should probably go visit these websites. We've got several of them, right? We've got Valentina's website, the Pre-Columbian Culture website, the Mexican Prince website, the Worth It Casino website. Maybe we can get some alibis from there. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes. We might want to consider whether this is the time to break. It feels like this case might be longer than our previous cases because we still have most of the cards left. We thought we would break at the expedition point, but I'm not sure that's going to be practical. Jade Temptation. Anyway, we'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back 3 hours into our playthrough of Masters of Crime Mosquito. I've asked the chat whether they would prefer to split this up into a 3-parter, stopping here, or try to finish it with our original 2-part plan. It does seem like there's a natural halfway point at the expedition, but we're a bit far from it. Debbie thinks 3 parts might be stretching it a bit thin. Okay, let's keep playing for another hour, and then we'll reevaluate. So we've solved all our current puzzles. We do have websites that we might still be able to go through from the email addresses. Soul says in the chat, it might be that Colima, Mexico is a good match for what this phone message is saying that this person, where this person is. Remember, the game told us that we basically have to figure out who did this murder and then figure out who to trust. Although I don't really understand why these are where they are. Like, if we think the person is the professor, he surely is this blue one. But this person says, I'm currently in Tijuana with family. So that can't be our professor. But could the red be the professor? The volcano is active. Flights have been canceled. I don't really understand this. I don't really understand how, unless this is a very old message back and forth, I don't understand how the professor is talking about being in Tijuana or in this city. I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. Unless these are 2 other people being spied on or an old message. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's focus on what's in front of us. And what's in front of us are 2 locations. And the websites. Has anyone gone to the websites that were mentioned in these emails to save us some trouble? I guess not. So I guess we're going to see if we can't open up these websites. See if they are actual websites to open up. Unfortunately, it's a lot of cutting and pasting with this. Okay, that one doesn't exist. And now I guess we have to do a little bit of cleanup here. I guess we should keep the voicemails open in case we need them. Keep the desktop open in case we need it. Don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need this. Look at this nonsense. City volcanoes. Oh my God, it's so ridiculous trying to do this on the laptop. So that's it. We've lost the amazing mail login. No, don't erase that page, please. Open in a new tab. The whole downfall of civilization has occurred when we moved everything to these tablets. All right, so I'm trying to find out if these are websites. I don't know why the chat hasn't figured it out already for me, but I guess I have to do it. So ridiculous. So I guess that didn't copy. Try again. At least we don't have to keep re-logging in. Oh. Oh my God. Okay, that's it. The websites aren't real. Let's move on. All right. So let's just clear. Let's just relax. Let's relax. Let's not smash the tablet on the ground. Let's just play this game on paper. Okay, I don't want to visit this guy. He's been waiting for us this whole time, but I'm very suspicious of this guy and Valentina. So I want to go here first before we talk to this guy. He might want to be hired, and I don't want to make that decision yet. So let's go here and see who the professor has authenticated a painting for. Is this Valentina's workshop? It doesn't look like it. Valentina's drawing pulp paperback covers. This is a real artist. Let's go here. Valentina Patel. It is Valentina. Valentina Patel is engrossed in her work when you enter the studio. She doesn't notice you entering. Amidst half-finished paintings and sketches, she's humming as she works on a new work of art. You take a leisurely look around. Many of the works of art, jewelry, and sculpture that Valentina has made look vaguely familiar to you. When you clear your throat, the artist jumps up and says, Oh, I didn't hear you coming. Are you here for one of my commissioned works? And ask her about the Red Riders or ask her about the Caribbean Sun. Doesn't feel like that's something that we should be able to figure out. I mean, how are we supposed to know what to ask her about? Is there something we don't know yet? So we're getting for card 47, the nature of this. I wish they did a better job about this because clearly we're allowed to look at her. Here she is, Valentina. We know she works for our wife. And probably that's the match, right? She put herself into the art, remember? Here she is. But the question is, how are we to decide which of these to do? Thank you for the cover design. It looks good to you. It only occurred to me at the end I may have been a little too inspired by my own love life. So I don't know how. There either is no right answer here, or we were supposed to pick up some other clue somewhere, or we're getting this clue elsewhere. How about the voicemails? There is a voicemail from Valentina. Should we listen to it? Come on, guys. I like to scroll up, but if I try to scroll up, it just tries to reload the page. Of course it does. Can we use the cursor to scroll up? How about if we switch to the mobile version of the site? Does that help? Guys, come on. Now that we're off the mobile desktop site, it's all broken. Why is it insisting on this? All right, how about if we scroll this way? Not a difference at all. Okay, so we twist the laptop tablet a couple. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, so we'll have to twist the laptop in order to see the first voicemail. All right, let's listen to Valentina's. Maybe there's a clue there that we're not remembering.
Well, my little professor, since you don't seem to want to answer your cell phone, I'll leave you a voice message. I really need to get rid of that fishy colleague now. The Bali vacation won't pay for itself, after all, so please make a bit of an effort. Otherwise, the deal's off the table and I'll keep the £1,000, okay? After everything Ruby told me, it wouldn't be a bad idea for you to bring a little money home with you. So, have we got that sorted? Well, my little professor, since...
Don't get it. Any theories here from the chat? Red Rider looks like the picture on the card. Could be referencing the authentication document. I like that idea. I don't know what you're talking about. Looks like the picture on the card, but I do like the idea of looking at the authentication information. And apparently it wasn't on an envelope. It must have been in his office, which must have been with the stamp. God of Fishermen, sandstone and gold. Debbie says, look at the picture on the front of the Atelier card showing Valentina's paintings. Okay, so here is her paintings. Let me put this like this. Here is her and here is her painting. All right, now here I see a whole bunch of paintings, at least two paintings being worked on, maybe a third, maybe there's a horse there, maybe there's one up here. Here she is actually painting a green forest scene. Now, here are our choices: the Red Riders or the Caribbean Sun. The chat says, I don't think the authentication has anything to do with the artist, but that can't be right. Because the whole point of this is this part. The only document that has this stamp, it's unclear who it was issued to, but there is an address. So this authentication certificate has been given and sent to our girl here, Valentina Patel. I think she might be forging these paintings because this certificate was sent to her house. I think we might be helping her forge these things. I lean towards the Caribbean sun. Soul says I like the Red Riders. Boy, does it feel like we should have a way to answer this. It feels like we should have a way to answer this, but we don't. We don't have any way to answer this. She does say vacation to Bali and colleague, but that doesn't really inform us on any of these. There's a red horse on the painting. I mean, yes, there's a whole bunch of stuff, including a picture of a horse. All right, let's just do the Red Riders. I don't like this thing, though. So card 25 is the Red Riders. Maybe it doesn't matter what we ask her about. This seems like a poor choice. She says, the Red Riders was recently sold for a considerable sum. I was able to see for myself that the buyer is extremely satisfied with the quality of the painting. Despite the age of the artwork, it exudes a remarkable freshness, don't you think? Valentina replied with a wink. When you ask her, she's forging these. When you ask her about Professor Brown, her tone becomes serious. I'm friends with his wife. I hardly know him. He and I recently started working together professionally. We're both interested in pre-Columbian art and had vague plans to work together on a new project. But the professor was very upset when she suddenly interrupts herself. She obviously regrets her last sentence. If you have no further questions, I'd like to ask you to leave now. I still have a lot to do and no time for small talk. If you have a specific commission, please come back another time. The artist dismisses you in a friendly but firm manner. You have no choice but to leave the studio. And you get 1 star. So she's led on that she got into a fight with him. She's clearly forging pictures and he's faking their authenticity. I'm going to peek at this card it wants us to get rid of. Okay. The other card, by the way, didn't have a star. So this was the right answer. But why? Why, I don't know. I'm going to put this card aside. I want to look at that before we're done with this game. It could be. In the first game we played, There were occasionally things on this that were just had nothing to do with logic, but just had to do with spotting it and picking that thing. So that's what we did this time, based on Debbie's intuition. Maybe that was it. Was that what the puzzle was, just for us to figure out that we see a horse, so we should ask about that one? That's a pretty poor mystery game, but all right. So we've just finished visiting that location. All we learned was that she's in business with him. Doesn't really seem like a motive to kill him, though. Anything else jump out at you about this as being important for us? Professor was very upset when... All right, well, there's nowhere else for us to go other than the pub. So we have to go here. There's nowhere else for us to go unless we've missed something important. So here we head to the pub. You buy today's paper from a newsstand before entering the pub. At this hour, it's fairly empty. You instantly notice the man with the fedora. You'll have to convince him to help you somehow. After all, he's not expecting you. At the bar, you order yourself a beer. What do you order for the mysterious man? What is this nonsense? Jonathan is getting the hang of it. He says, look at the table. He's drinking a Coca-Cola. I think you're right, Jonathan. That's the way we answer this. Okay. Good catch. So we're going to do 21. Here's an envelope 5. Does it want us to wait until we draw the 21? I guess so. All right, so we're going to base our answer based on... I don't know why I keep going that. We're choosing 21. You put another cola down in front of the jungle guide, and he silently gestures to you to sit down. Without any preamble, you inform him of Professor Brown's death and watch Juan's reaction. Obviously, the professor was planning an expedition to Latin America, wanted my help, but when I asked a simple question about where exactly the trip was going, he completely freaked out. He wanted to fight. He was completely on edge, Juan says with a quiet smile. When you ask him if he has any further information about the planned expedition, he rolls his eyes. I know the laws of the jungle. I've seen action in every country in Latin America, but of course different countries have different conditions. Some animals can be found in every jungle. I can give you the information you need on those right now, but I can't tell you any more than that. Find out which country the expedition is going to take place in, and I'll help you, because you brought me a cola. You bought me a cola, he answers with a wink and hands you a note he's written. Get 1 star for choosing to get him a cola. And we draw card 43. And we get envelope 9. And we need to remember that on the previous card, it gave us, without any fanfare, envelope 5, which is a big giant envelope with a big giant newspaper, double-sided, with an article about the wife. All right, let's put some of these away here. told to throw out card 22. Here's Juan Castillo. And let's see what puzzle is here is the country the expedition is going to take place in. Some animals can be found in every jungle. Find out which country. So I guess from this, we're to figure out what country the expedition is supposed to take place in. So I don't see the internet symbol here, but it seems clear that this must be a research that requires internet, don't you think? It's introduced to jungles of Latin America. Small, easy to identify, no danger to humans, and shy. Let's go to this puzzle and see what it actually wants from us. So it's envelope 9. No, it's not envelope 9. It's card 21 in envelope 9. Now that says card 21 and 22. I guess either of those two would probably work. Well, I don't know why it doesn't say that. Okay. Which country can you find if you combine the 2 parchments and the treasure clue on the gravestone? What are you talking about? Okay. Which country can you find if you combine the 2 parchments and the treasure clue on the gravestone? But what is this about then? This is not the 2 parchments and the gravestone. And why do we need to combine the gravestone, which is in Colombia? Let's read this again. He says, some animals can be found in every jungle. I can give you the information you need on those right now. Can't tell you any more than that. Find out which country the expedition is going to take place in, and I'll help you. Some animals can be found in every jungle. I can give you the information you need on those right now. So maybe this is not needed now and is used to identify the animals. Maybe we have to figure out these animal names, and this is nothing to do with this puzzle. This puzzle wants us to figure out what country the expedition is going to take place in. And for that, when we go to put in the code, the website says, combine the 2 parchments and the treasure clue on the gravestone. And our parchments were this one and this one. And the gravestone was here. So the gravestone was Bogota, Colombia. This one was Mexico City. And this one was Havana, Cuba. So Mexico City, Mexico, Havana, Cuba, and Bogota, Colombia. 3 cities in 3 countries. So is the question that despite this misleading statement, is the solution to this puzzle that these animals are only found in one of these three jungles? That these are our three options, and we should be figuring out which country, whether it's Colombia, Mexico, or Cuba, that these animals are in? Is that the idea? That we should ignore this statement from the website about combining parchment and the treasure on the gravestone, but focus on this and see? I mean, it seems to me like it's probably Colombia, but let's look at the chat. Maybe a point located somewhere between those three countries. Maybe symbols related. Recurring symbol we've seen. I can give more hints. The triangle symbol we keep seeing. Triangle symbol we've seen a few times. So you think that if we look at the map, you think if we map those three countries, Mexico City, Colombia, Bogota, and Havana, Cuba, that forms a triangle. That's a good guess. Okay, that's a pretty good guess. So if we make that triangle between Mexico City and Bogota, and then we connect it to Havana, we get this triangle. And if we look at that triangle, which we can't because it's covered up, it seems to show a mark at the bottom of this triangle, which is somewhere here. It looks like it's probably in Guatemala to me. Like if you look at the triangle here you can see here and that little dot there. Seems like it's probably Guatemala. What do you think? How do you feel about Guatemala? How does the chat feel about Guatemala based on your reasoning? Debbie says, yes, it looks like Guatemala. Straight down from the top point of the pyramid. That's a good question. Well, if we go straight down, I mean, it's a little close of a call. If we go straight down, then we don't end up in Guatemala. We end up in El Salvador. So maybe it's El Salvador. It's a little odd though, because if you draw this out, this triangle looks like it's equilateral. It looks like this side is the same as this side, and this is straight in the middle. But if you look at it here, it looks like a completely different shape. So a little bit confusing. All right, well, let's try. San Salvador is the city. Now I can't tell. El Salvador is the country. San Salvador is the city, I think. It's a little hard to tell. I guess we're just going to try multiple things. All right, well, let's go to the website. Which country? All right, so it's either Guatemala or El Salvador. Let's try El Salvador. What was that? No, all credit goes to the channel. Everything points to El Salvador. You have spent hours painstakingly gathering the information and have now taken a big step towards finding the lost treasure. When you return to the pub to tell Juan about it, he immediately overwhelms you with a wealth of information about the country. He also gives you a map of the jungle with lots of useful information about the region where he thinks the treasure is located. Now draw envelope 8. You receive 1 star. All right, so that was good, very good work on part of the chat. I think I would have just gotten angry about that. I don't know why. I don't know when we're going to make use of this. I guess at some point. I don't know how thematically we're... Well, okay. Let's not go into it. Let's not belabor the point. We get a star and we get envelope 8. Envelope 8 is a big, giant envelope. 5 was big. It was this big double-sided newspaper that we haven't read yet. Seems like we might get an alibi for some people. This guy looks like he's in a previous case of ours. But that is nothing compared to the size of this full map. Look at that. How cool is that? This looks like the expedition. So I can see some of the animals in that previous paper are here. We've got jaguars. We've got Mosquito here. We've got some Aztec ruins. We've got the different snakes and monkeys that are from here. They mostly have numbers. This one doesn't have a number. This one doesn't have a number. We have no idea what these are about. So that's pretty cool. All right, I guess we just put this aside for now until we know how to use it. Because he answers with a wink and hands you a note he's written. Okay, so this is the quote-unquote note he's written that he gives us. And when we solve the puzzle, it says he's given us tons of information and a map, which is what we just opened. All right, so Juan Castillo has been very helpful to us. But where do we go now? Like, there's no place for us to go now. We've gone to all the places we know about. I see. We're going to get a new location right here. All right. I guess we read this now. Debbie says, I guess we solved the murder mystery using the newspaper, Jonathan says, and then we're done. When you click next on the website, it just goes to the next place to enter clues. Okay, but from the newspaper, it's clear we're going to get a new location. I guess we can start by reading that. A Journey Through the Ages, the Fascination of Pre-Columbian Cultures. The Museum of Pre-Columbian Culture, an institution known for its impressive collection of pre-Columbian art and artifacts, has partnered with the prestigious King's College London to present a groundbreaking new exhibition. This unique collaboration takes visitors on a fascinating journey through the history of pre-Columbian cultures that flourished before the arrival of European explorers. So it's telling us now to take location D. We can actually go visit the museum. Pre-Columbian cultures of the Americas produced impressive works of art and technologies for thousands of years before contact with the Europeans, from the majestic pyramids of the Aztecs to the enigmatic Nazca lines to the elaborate pottery of the Mochi. Each culture had its own identity, philosophies, and artistic forms. This exhibition explores these varied facets and presents a wide range of objects, including sculptures, ceramics, jewelry, and much more. The collaboration between the Museum of Pre-Columbian Culture and the Research Department at King's College London, led by Professor Timotheus Brown, creates a unique opportunity to present the latest archaeological findings. Furthermore, the preservation and repatriation of artifacts to their home countries is an important theme of the exhibition. Today, March 15th, 2023. Is this purposely? No, that's a mistake. It's really 2024, which you can see is actually up here. Eduardo Delgado, chairman of the OAS, arrives in London to give a speech on this very topic as part of the program for the exhibit's opening. So is this the person he was talking to about your flight coming in? In a statement, Dr. Eleanor Wang, who he did try to reach out to, the director of the Museum of Pre-Columbian Cultures, emphasized the importance of the loans for the exhibition and the connection between the continents. She said, "We are honored to be able to present this unique exhibition in collaboration with King's College London. It is important to emphasize all the artifacts shown here are on loan, provided by museums, institutions, and collectors around the world, and will be returned to the museums of their countries of origin at the end of the exhibition." The emphasis on loans in Dr. Wang's statement underscores the museum's ethical commitment to maintaining the integrity of the artifacts and promoting mutual respect between cultures. The exhibition will be open to visitors beginning tomorrow. Well, if you're talking about the website, you're talking about a different article. So, but presumably before we go here, we might want to read the rest of these articles in case they may inform what we do at the museum. But we could take a look at that beautiful Mayan stone carving. Maya Stela. I don't know if that's a real thing or not. Okay, there's a website here as part of this article, so I guess we should read this. Sensation at Sotheby's auction in London. A little satire of Sotheby's. Painting disappears for 20 minutes. Last night, a memorable event took place at the prestigious Sotheby's auction house in London, attracting art lovers and collectors from all over the world. The auction, which was originally scheduled to last a few hours, unexpectedly dragged on into the night when a painting seemed to disappear for around 20 minutes, causing shock and suspense. Oh, look, here's the here's that picture that she was drawing. It's going to be the horses, the Red Riders. So I guess the game maybe expected us to get this newspaper first. If we had visited Juan Castillo before we had visited Valentina, we would know to ask about this painting. But because we did it in the different order, we just took a guess. Billed is a high-profile event. The auction attracted collectors, investors, and art enthusiasts alike. Bidding quickly reached impressive heights as masterpieces by renowned artists as well as antique jewelry were presented. The atmosphere was electric as bids for each artwork quickly soared. However, the tension reached its peak when The Red Riders, a painting by an unknown 18th century artist, was called. Considered one of the most mysterious works in the collection, the painting was expected to be the highlight of the evening, drawing collectors with its enigmatic history and extraordinary execution. But as the auctioneer was about to begin the bidding on the painting in question, sudden confusion broke out. The artwork had disappeared. For the next 20 minutes, auctioneers, security personnel, and technicians frantically combed the room looking for the painting. Search efforts were becoming desperate, and it appeared as if the guests themselves may have to be searched next. Then suddenly the missing painting was discovered on a mezzanine floor of the auction house, where it had apparently been misplaced without being noticed. The unexpected turn of events at this auction at Sunderby's will undoubtedly go down in art history. Okay, so she is forging them. She swapped this in for the real one, and she's going to make a fortune. And we could actually go to that website, which Debbie was trying to forestall me having a freak out by reminding me that I should go here. Okay, sports memorabilia, luxurious jewelry, historical artifacts. So look, that is the bracelet, Ramsey's golden bangle that we saw on our guy at the manor house. That's that bracelet. And that's that ring. The boutir of Gagara and the Ramsey's golden bangle. If I click on going to the auction, here it is. Admission at 11:30 p.m. Doors will close. Sorry, admission at 9:30. Doors will close at 10 p.m. You can leave the event at any time. Re-entry is no longer possible. So I guess this is trying to give us an alibi for some people. London Relics and Curiosities. That's one of the emails that the professor was sending, asking them to buy it. Well, you'll find a list of items that were sold at this auction. If the auction has already concluded, you may still have the opportunity to purchase any items that were not sold from our partner, London Relics and Curiosities. Any remaining items will be taken there the next day. You have to contact Lydia Banks by telephone. She will not be taking place in the auction herself. And now it gives us a new location. H, London Relics and Curiosities, which is, according to this, a pawn shop. All right, so I've gotten out those cards for yet another location we can go to. £73,000, auction at 10:45, sold, yes. I guess this is maybe meant to tell us that this guy must have been at the auction at 22:45. So he couldn't have been our killer, I think, maybe. And there's the bracelet he bought. There's the Red Riders that Valentina was painting. Aztec Sun Disc. Idol statue, pre-Columbian. So I think this is meant to give this guy his alibi. But he's already dead because we killed him, so he doesn't need an alibi, really. We can contact Lydia Banks. This was our home page. I don't think we can. Just all the links seem to go here. Sold? No. The Aztec Sun Disk was not sold. That was purchased. Since Valentina is the forger, she would be there, giving her an alibi. Yes, Wentworth had the ship picture as well on his wall. That was a good observation. He did buy this for £69,000, and look when it was purchased. Even more importantly, all right, good eye, Debbie, because he's purchased this at 1 a.m. So this guy, Leopold Wentworth, had an alibi all through the murder, but we killed him, so we don't really care. Probably our girl was there, and that means she's probably got an alibi. See, she said she has stuff to do, and probably that's where she was. So probably that's her alibi. "20 minutes. Do we have the actual? Yes, let's take a look at if it's sold and when it auctioned. Okay, so yes, it was sold and the auction happened at 12:15. So she's alibied. She is 100% alibied. She must have swapped it out during that midnight auction, and assuming she didn't have an accessory, she seems in the clear. All right, let's see what else we got. Let's see if the wife has an alibi here. Marathon reading by Jade Temptation heats up the night. In an unforgettable and ambitious literary performance, Jade Temptation captivated readers of all genders from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. last night. That's it. She's alibied. She was my number one suspect somehow. The event took place in a cozy atmosphere at Notting Hill Art Club, where the audience was immersed in the world of Montana Bones, sweeping story of love, adventure, discovery in the jungles of South America. Unique choice of the nighttime hour gave the event an aura of mystery and attracted both die-hard fans and curious first-time readers. At the heart of the novel is the charismatic archaeologist Montana Bones, who, together with his equally fearless and seductive lover Aurora, fights against the secret organization Mosquito and the relentless passage of time. Their mission: find a legendary and secret temple deep in the heart of the impenetrable jungles of South America. The temple not only holds archaeological treasures, but also a century-old love waiting to be revealed. The idea of hosting a nighttime reading just came to me, Jade Temptation explained in an exclusive interview. There is a special magic to the night, an aura of daring and revelation that perfectly matches the atmosphere of the novel. It was incredible to see the audience immersed in the world of the characters, let themselves be carried away by the emotions. With this thrilling nighttime reading, Jade Temptation once again proved her ability to go beyond the conventional genre boundaries of literature. Montana Bones, the Temple of Love, will undoubtedly resonate for a long time in the minds and hearts of those who witnessed this unique event. All right, so she's cleared. This is probably going to be the alibi of the guy that he was talking to, saying his plane might come in late. Severe storm swept across England yesterday, bringing air traffic to a standstill at London's Heathrow and Stansted International Airports. Heavy rain accompanied by thunderstorms and strong gusts of wind forced the airport authorities to halt all departures and arrival until the early hours of today. Thousands of travelers faced significant delays, flight cancellations. Weather situation deteriorated dramatically over the course of the day. Low pressure system moved over the southeast of England, spread across the capital, resulting heavy rain, accompanied by lightning and thunder, wind speeds of 80 kilometers per hour, dangerous turbulent conditions. Passengers planning to depart or arrive at Heathrow and Stansted airports were severely affected by the storm. Both airports were scenes of chaos. Hundreds of flights were canceled or postponed. Passengers waited, were stranded. First rays of light. The storm gradually calmed down. Welcome news. And then gave the green light. Okay, so we saw in his messages that one of the people said, I might be able to make it by 2:30, but I might not, depending on the airplane. And that's going to be their alibi. All right, then we've got an article about Amado Perez. This guy was in our previous case, wasn't he? In a remarkable initiative, politicians Amado Perez and Eduardo Delgado have created a foundation with the goal of bringing valuable treasures of the Incas, Mayas, and Aztecs from international collections back to their home countries. Establishment of this foundation marks a significant step towards cultural preservation and diplomatic cooperation. Eduardo Delgado and Amado Perez, both internationally respected leaders and experienced politicians, have joined forces to create the Foundation for Cultural Repatriation and Preservation. In an exclusive interview, Eduardo Delgado stressed the immense importance of preserving Maya, Aztec, Inca, and other pre-Columbian treasures. He also highlighted his role as president of the Organization of American States, OAS, emphasized the responsibility that comes with it. As president of the OAS, I understand protecting and preserving the cultural heritage of our regions are obligations that we all share. These treasures are not only sources of pride, but they have the potential to strengthen relations between countries by sharing our common history and culture. The foundation he and Amado Perez created not only contributes to the physical repatriation of artifacts, but also to strengthening cultural identity and deepening diplomatic relations within Latin America and beyond. Foundation has therefore begun diplomatic talks with the British government to discuss the possibility of returning pre-Columbian artifacts from British collections. The two politicians have not limited their vision of cultural preservation to the return of artifacts that have already been removed, but are also actively planning new excavations to research and protect previously undiscovered treasures of pre-Columbian civilization. A groundbreaking cooperation effort has already begun, as Delgado explained in a further statement. Our commitment to the cultural preservation of cultural heritage does not end with repatriation. We firmly believe that research into previously unknown aspects of pre-Columbian cultures is equally important. For that reason, we have already taken steps to carry out new excavations in collaboration with international experts and institutions. Delgado added, in Mexico, we have already started a successful collaboration with a research team led by Professor Timotheus Brown from King's College London. This excavation has provided us with valuable new insights into pre-Columbian civilizations, and we plan to expand such efforts in the future. So this is the guy that is complaining that the professor is robbing and extorting, trying to make him pay for something that he shouldn't have to pay for it. Their home countries. One of these should be El Salvador, right? In Mexico, we've started successful collaboration. All right, so that's our newspaper, and we now have 2 new locations. It looks like there's probably one more location before we're done with the halfway point. Let me catch up with the chat here. Dr. Wang is the only person who seems to not have an alibi. She's also the only one who didn't agree to a meeting. Weird that the only one without an alibi is someone we pretty much know nothing about. Well, let's go visit the museum and pawn shop. However, we need to take a break first. 4 hours, 18 minutes. I feel like we should probably play for another half hour, however long it takes us to get through part 1, because we're almost done with part 1. But we'll take a break here. You let me know if you think we should end here and continue tomorrow with part 2. It's hard to know exactly how far we're in. Although 4 hours and 20 minutes, we are past the longest halfway point of the games we've played so far, but we could break here. I'm going to take an 8-minute break. When we come back, you let me know if you think we should finish these 3 new locations before we break, or if we should break here. I'll see you in 8 minutes. You are watching Co-op for Two. My name is Jesse, and we are wrapping up the first of two parts of Masters of Crime Mosquito. I think we're going to stop here. I apologize for making you wait the 8-minute break to let you know that we're going to end this session here, but I feel like we're past the halfway point, even though we haven't gotten quite to the expedition part, and there are quite a few cards left. We have gone through all but 3 of the envelopes. So I think we're probably wrapping up, probably past the halfway point. Probably the expedition will go quickly. And I think on reflection, it might be nice for us to start part 2. We're still doing the final steps before we go off on our expedition. So we have the museum to go to, the pawn shop to go to, and maybe one other location before we leave the country. And I think it'll help us to sort of warm up by refreshing our memory of the case and doing a little traipsing around London before we get on a plane. So we're going to stop here, and I hope that those of you who have joined me for this 4.5-hour session, who have been very helpful, can come by tomorrow and keep me from too much frustration. The chat has been talking a little bit about the experience. Soul says, I gotta say my first impression is the game has good ideas, seems a little disjointed, janky in a lot of areas. I do feel like this has been less smooth than some of the other Masters of Crime games, but Debbie reminds me that we have had these moments in all of these games. They're almost always they almost always involve use of the tablet and the internet. We will meet again tomorrow, Saturday, which is actually tonight, at 10 p.m. Central Standard Time, the exact same time we started this session on Friday night. We will start on Saturday night, which is 11 p.m. Eastern. After tomorrow's playthrough, we will meet again Sunday afternoon to play Dear Holmes case, and then we'll do something next week as well. I think the most likely next game we will play is Vantage, which is what Jonathan Warner is saying. A very different kind of game, not so much mystery, but exploration. It is behind me on the shelf there. Okay, so I'll see some of you, I hope, Saturday evening, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time, 11 p.m. Eastern. We'll finish up Masters of Crime Mosquito with an expedition. Hopefully we will get that treasure and get to keep it. Now, we have already murdered someone, a casino owner, someone very rich. It's a little dangerous, but hopefully we can escape unscathed, figure out what Professor Brown was up to, and figure out who murdered him. I'll see you tomorrow night, Saturday night, which is actually tonight. See you then.